Hello and welcome everybody. Today is Friday the 13th. It's March the 13th, 2020. My name is Kerry Holzman and this is the coronavirus special. And the reason I've got my mask on today is I have patient zero here. Well, he claims he doesn't have it, but I don't believe him. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitch the man Morrison. Come on out, Mitch.
Never felt better in my life. Hey guys, how's everybody doing today? Look at this guy with the mask. He certainly looks a little like the Lone Ranger, but that's okay. And we got a great show for you today, don't we, Uncle Kerry?
Yes.
Yes. Say yes. All right.
Yes, whatever you want. Please spare me.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just making some adjustments. I've got a different computer set up for streaming. What we have here is the streamer. This is what I stream to you guys with right here, this one right here. And I have a spare streaming card in the other computer, which is the Ncase M1, running strictly off the built-in video of a Ryzen, I think that was a 2600. And I was curious if that built-in GPU would have enough power to decode and upload and everything for the live stream. So we're doing two little experiments here today. So how's my video and audio look?
Are we coming in loud and clear?
How do you know
folks?
Mitch hasn't got Black Death?
Oh.
What if it's White Death?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not racist.
No. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, the coronavirus was made in China, and most things you get from China never last very long. So let's all calm down and relax. And we're just going to have a great show on this.
I think this mask was made in China.
Yeah, on this, we're going to have a great show on this Friday the 13th. It's going to be great. Is that the theme song? Yeah. So, yeah, there you go.
I don't think this mask is enough protection now.
Yeah. They don't want to see your face anyway. Okay.
My eyes are up here.
Right, okay.
So what we're going to do today is a little bit different. We're going to have Mitch take, we're not using one of the big cameras. I'm going to go easy on Mitch and have him use what we've been using. This is a Canon, whatever that is.
Yep.
Is it going to focus? G20. And Mitch is going to do a lot of hand camera work today, so you can see all the close-ups and angles. And
as what are we going to change out, Kerry? We're going to change out on the streamer. Yeah.
Well, let me get it let me pull the panel off. We'll get started on this.
Sure.
But I just want to say that I lost my train of thought.
Dyslexic am I. Okay, so we'll get going, but we're going to do something a little bit different, right, Uncle Kerry? We're going to focus mostly on him.
Thank you. So there's not going to be a lot of interaction with the chat room today because we have two things to get done. First, I need to get the CPU replaced with a 3900X that I have here. I want to put the Mugen 5 cooler on it, and we're going to take the old CPU, the 2700X it has now. We're going to put that on a spare X470 gigabyte board I have, and we're going to bring Mitch's computer out, which is an old dual core.
Stormtrooper, we call her, yeah.
And Mitch has new memory for that, and we've got a solid state drive for it.
Yep.
And Mitch is going to get the streamer's old parts, while at the same time upgrading this really old machine. But the case is still good, the power supply is still good.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
So everybody wins. I'm also upgrading the 1080 in here to a 2070 Super. And I've already previously upgraded the solid state drive to a Samsung 970 Evo Plus 2 terabyte. And then it's got an 8 terabyte mechanical drive for storing my video files. And I also have two case fans. These are the Noctua fans, and they're ugly. You can see they're the brown that Noctua likes to use. They work fine, but I want them to be black. And I have two more USB ports I want to add to the front of this case. So that's what we're going to do today.
Okay. Busy bees.
So Mitch, tell us a little about you. What's your name and who are you?
Who am I?
Yeah. Introduce yourself to the audience who maybe are not familiar with who you are.
Oh, okay.
We have someone in the chat that says, "Who's the guy?"
Oh, who's the guy? Well, my name is Mitch Morrison, and I'm a kind of a computer enthusiast like Kerry. I've built.
And while you do that, I'm just gonna have a sip of.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
We'll have to get you a straw. All right. So I built 4 computers, 2 full-size, 1 mid-size, and 1, I guess, mini ITX. And yeah, I like it. I do stand-up comedy, and I am an actor. So if you go on imdb.com, you type in Mitch Morrison, up I come, and you can see a couple of clips of some things for me. And yeah, is that fever approaching you a little bit? Too, that's way too 3D.
That
All
guy's
right.
sketchy. Watch that guy.
Yeah, watch that guy. So yeah, Carrie and I've been doing this for a while, and the folks in the chat seem to like us, and there you go. We're both guys from Michigan, and
Well, that makes us awesome.
that makes us awesome, just awesome.
So we're going to give all the shouts out to the contributions at the end. So if you are contributing, thank you for your support and for being the sponsor. Today's show is being brought to you by David Hale. David has made a nice contribution recently, and it's those contributions that help keep me free of any sponsorship, knowing that everything you see here has no agenda other than choices that I make for my customers to keep myself in business, not to meet an agenda of a corporation that wants me to endorse their product. Not that I'm opposed to that. If a company whose product I use anyway were to say we'd like to sponsor you, I would very much accept that sponsorship. However, it's a very short list. Heinrich Anderson just contributed 500 Swedish krona. That's a very generous contribution. Oh, Sergio noticed I don't have any gloves on.
Okay.
Oh, I screwed up.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You don't need the nitrile gloves. But sit back and relax, and we're going to let Dr. Carey begin his operation, and you tell me when we'll go to the close-up camera. But for now, let's get the side.
Yeah. So people wanted to know where the red screwdriver. Whatever happened with that? So that red Milwaukee M4 screwdriver I use has gone to the hospital. It got coronavirus.
Okay.
It died. Well, it's failing. And I looked up the receipt. It's 2 weeks from 1 year that I bought it. So the good news is it's a 5-year warranty, so no issue. So I've mailed the screwdriver back to the Milwaukee company, which is not in Milwaukee. But anyway, I mailed it back, and then they're going to refurbish or send me a new, I don't know. But I'll be getting another one. All I have to do is pay for the shipping to get it to them, and then they'll send me another one or fix what. Anyway, so in the meantime, I got old Sparky here. See the sparks inside? I got old Sparky right here. We'll be using Sparky today.
Okay.
And yeah, 5-year warranty.
Nice.
The Milwaukee driver is $139 on Amazon.
I thought at one point I saw it listed at about $175, which even that I thought was a good deal. So.
And for that, you get one battery, the charger, and the driver. You still have to buy bits.
Right.
And of course, when you mail it, they don't want you mailing batteries and stuff. So I just mail the stick, the driver itself. And hopefully I'll have it back here before too long. But, you figure, you always go, 2 weeks before, it's so close to the 1-year date. But then I went, 5-year warranty, no problem. Because I was this close to pulling the trigger and buying a spare one on Amazon. Because for $140,
right.
But then I'd get another charger and another battery.
Right. So buy quality and always check those warranties. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now this may be a little dusty in here. This normally kind of sits on the floor as I'm streaming. And Mitch, let's get you set up with, we're going to have to, the software that we're using, the OBS software, had to be completely reconfigured for the new machine that we're streaming from. So bear with us, please, as we reassign the right inputs. This is the on-off. And we're going to open the door, open the lid. And let me see if I can get camera 2 running. Just bear with me here for a moment. Camera 2 should be.
Folks, you may hear a little lightning in the background. Don't panic. Little thunder.
Okay, Mitch, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. You should be. Whoa. Slow down, buddy. Don't make us. Okay, I'm going to zoom you out. nice and steady, let's take a look at what we got in here. So here's the AMD Wraith cooler. Again, this is a 2700X underneath here. I've been running this whole time off an EVGA GeForce GTX 1080. This is the 4-port HDMI capture card from Magewell. This little card right here is $900. If you look on the back, see how it's got 4 HDMI ports. So I can have up to 4 inputs. That can be a computer, a camera, whatever, HDMI, an Xbox, whatever, all at the same time. And you can put multiple cards in if you want to add another 4 and another 4. You can do that if your motherboard has enough slots for you to slide it in. So that card right there is on Amazon. It's in my Amazon store. If you look at the video notes below this video, you'll see, you can buy the stuff that I use. That's $900, and at the time, I don't think I was even making $900 a month from YouTube. And this gentleman named Colin Hilton, who watches us from England, said, here you go. And ever since then, the quality of my streams has been so much better, thanks to Colin. And then thanks to Madi, y'all familiar with Madi, another great viewer, provided a spare one, found one that somebody returned, and it was $200 off from Amazon Warehouse. And that's the one we're using right now in the other computer.
Nice.
So that's great if I ever have an emergency, if a system doesn't work. Since I'm doing this on a regular basis, it's no longer something I'm doing for fun. It's now becoming something, it's becoming a job. And I need to be able to work. So if a machine goes down, I've got a backup machine. And you can see this stuff adds up pretty quickly. So what we're going to do today, as I mentioned, we're going to replace the CPU, and we're going to replace the graphics card. And you see how ugly these Noctua fans are? They work great, by the way, but they're just ugly.
Fabulous. Yeah.
So I got some other Noctuas here. Can you see this box here? And I hope I bought the right size. These look awfully big. Are these too big?
Those look like 140s to me.
Yeah, I might have bought the wrong ones. I did. So we're not going to change the fans today. I guess I need to get 2 120s. But Noctua does make them in black, which was what I was attempting to do. And I knew that if I had any issue with this being too big, that I have another build I'll use them on. I've got the Nuka-Cola case. I think I'll swap them out on the Nuka-Cola. So I just realized that just now, like I've been sitting on that. There's nothing wrong with these, I just don't like the color. That's it. So it's not important.
So what do we take out first?
First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this graphics card out of the way because it's so big. So we're going to unplug power. Now Thready has a Vega 64 in it from AMD, and it's working great on video edits, but not on 3D rendering. So I may loan this to my sister and swap the Vega 64 for this GTX 1080 and see if it makes a difference on the 3D rendering side of things. Because when she's rendering like that spinning clock, that took over an hour for what is a 17-second animation. And I think it's because of the graphics card. Most video editing software likes CUDA cores. I don't know, I guess that's an NVIDIA thing. I need to get my little doorstop out so I can stop the Lazy Susan from spinning.
And then isn't there a little latch that you have to...
Yeah, I'm trying to reach in there. I can just barely feel it. I can't really see it. But you push it down.
Oh.
And what I'm trying to do, if I can find it, it's kind of, you see how I wiggle on this card?
Right.
And the latch should be right about there. If you look real close, right where my pinky is. Let's see if you can zoom in on that. It is basically right in there. It's very difficult to see it, as you can imagine. You can see where the metal of the slot, it says M2 heatsink, and then below that you'll see the shiny metal of the slot the card is plugged into, and at the end of that slot is the little catch that I'm trying to simply press that in, which is difficult to do. So what I found helps, is to wiggle the card a bit at the same time. And then that's the little switch. I was looking at this right here. See? Hopefully they come out with a better system. But card's a little dusty, but
still a good card, yeah.
It's a great card. I'm sure there's plenty of people in the chat room that are like,
beefy.
Yeah, that card's not good enough for you. Actually, this card is good enough for me. But because the support has been so awesome lately with the chat room and the contributors, I'm able to bump it up so that I'm ready to go 4K, start doing more in 4K, and I no longer, I've decided I'm staying with AMD. I've been so happy with it. The system's running perfectly. So the only thing I can do now is make it worse. If for any reason I screw anything up, I will have ruined a perfectly good computer. I want to be clear.
It's lucky Friday the 13th.
Nothing I'm doing is needed. It will make no difference in the quality of my videos currently. It will make no difference. Well, it'll make some difference when I render, when I do video rendering. But other than that, it's really just to show how to do an upgrade. I thought it'd be good video content.
Okay.
And it's a good excuse to get your old machine upgraded.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it just, all the pieces of the puzzle fit. It just made sense to do it because it's YouTube. Okay. If this was just real life, this would be me having too much money and not enough time on my hands, basically, to take something that's working perfectly and risk damaging it. But this, when this was put together, it was really just meant to be temporary. I didn't mean to be using it now for over a year, probably going on 2 years. So I put a cheap power supply in there, and I think I'm going to upgrade that.
Have you got one? Yeah.
No, not today, but you know what? It's a cheap power supply. I've never had a problem with it. So I just figure, why shouldn't this be like the best of everything, right? But we're not going to change it all out right now.
Okay.
We'll do what we can today. So let's get this CPU off of here.
Okay.
And this graphics card, we're not putting that back in. Instead, we're going to put the 2070 Super in there. And my thanks again for all the contributors in the chat. I will give everybody a shout out at the end of the video, so please stay with us. So on the AMDs, you'll see there's that lever. And sometimes it helps if you turn the machine on and let it warm up so that the glue, the thermal compound, doesn't act like glue, which is what it's doing right now. And if you're not careful, you'll pull the CPU right out of the socket, which you can never do that to an Intel CPU. A modern socket like 1151 CPU is latched. It will not come out no matter how much the thermal compound sticks. But AMD's still using the old pins like we used to use back in the day. They're not using the more modern system that Intel's using. And as such, you've got to be careful.
A little finesse.
Yes, all I'm doing is I'm wiggling right and left while I'm pulling on it at the same time. And when you feel it give, you can't help but wonder if that's the CPU coming out of the socket. I kind of feel like I should turn it on right now and just let it run, and then it'll heat up. And when it heats up, it won't be so sticky.
Or did you want to put the case on its side, maybe?
Well, that's probably a good idea too. Well, right now, so I've got the top latch removed, but this bottom latch, boy, this really makes me appreciate the Mugen 5 cooler that much more. Yeah. Well, something came out. So the bottom latch doesn't want to free up. And usually what you have to do is wiggle the opposite side. And you've got to be patient. Ah, there it is. And then you can see isn't it interesting how it has those straight lines?
Very, yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Oh, well, look, the heatsink has little grooves in it.
Ah,
That's a variant. Usually they're completely smooth.
Yeah.
I've never noticed that before. Fascinating.
Says Mr. Spock.
Very fascinating.
Okay.
Now, before this gets messy, I'm going to grab a paper towel and wipe that down. So how's things in Mitch's life been lately? Anything exciting happening in your life?
Oh, if I was any happier, I couldn't stand myself. Actually, I filmed last week.
You filmed?
There was an actor that...
You're cheating on me?
Yeah, there was an actor that didn't have any footage, and so we filmed a 2-minute scene.
Oh, you were helping another actor with...
in a garage, and it turned out great, yeah.
Is it one of those things where you can't give any spoilers about what it was about?
No, it's just the language is a little rough, is all a little mature for
what?
Two men.
You went blue?
I went a little blue, which is rare, folks, because in my stand-up act, I'm one of the few comedians that I do not use any profanity in my stand-up act, and people seem to...
But people use it at you, though, right?
Yeah, come up after the show and say, we like the fact that you didn't curse, and I'm like, well, were you laughing? Yes.
You're like, hey, Jack Wagon, let me tell you about...
Yeah. Did I need it? No. And so... Now, will you rubbing alcohol that as well?
Yes, but primarily, I don't want to waste the rubbing alcohol and Q-tips to get the bulk of this nastiness off.
Yeah. Because guys and girls, that chip right there that carries cleaning is what we're going to put in my Stormtrooper, and we're
calling his case. You got to explain Stormtrooper.
Yeah, Stormtrooper, because it's an old Corsair black and white. You'll get the reference when we bring out the forklift to lift it up here. It's a full size.
And we're not going to use this fan either, right? On yours, we're going to put a Mugen 5 on.
There's the Mugen on there.
Oh, you already have the Mugen, so we're going to switch the brackets from Intel
to AMD. Correct.
And then we're changing the motherboard. Obviously, you're going to change the motherboard to an AMD. Yeah. This board I've got, Mitch, it's pretty dusty. It's been sitting on my shelf, and it's probably missing a BIOS or 2 or 3.
Okay. But this chip, I'm very excited because I've never built an AMD. I've always been an Intel guy. Been very pleased with Intel CPUs, so this actually will be my first AMD.
Yeah.
So very exciting, yeah.
We're going to let you see both worlds and have that experience, so you'll be able to then come back and tell us what you think after a while. Because this CPU is no slouch. The 2700X, can you read it? Can we zoom in on that and read it?
Let's zoom in. Oh, that's out. That's in.
Yeah, it's a Ryzen 7 2700X, as you can see across the top of the CPU. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to remove it, and I'm going to set it down. He's got a lot of little pins, and you want to be very, very careful. So when we set this down, we're not going to set it down on the pin side, 1, because of electrostatic discharge potential, and 2, we don't want to bend. Not quite sure how delicate you can see that is from the cameras.
Trust us. We're professional. Very nice. Yeah.
I'm trying to get an angle on it where it'll focus, but the closer I get to it, these aren't $10,000 cameras, so.
But all those are individual pins. How many are there? 1,000? You once said. There you go.
On a socket AM4, I don't know. I'm sure somebody in the chat room can tell us. Because it's easy with Intel because they name the socket after the number of pins.
Okay.
But with AMD, it's just AM4. So
now having a second camera, folks, will be nice because then when Kerry wants to put the new Ryzen in, we can set the machine on its side, and then I'm tall enough where I'll be able to get in up there and.
Oh, you had to put that in there, didn't you?
Yeah, short jokes. All right.
See, I had changed the RAM out from the original build. So this is the other RAM I had, the Corsair RAM, would not run at 3200.
Okay.
Like it was supposed to. This RAM does, and I filled every bank of it. And I was going to put the G-Skill Crystal Royal in there, but this is working so well, I don't want to change it.
So what is that, 64?
Yeah, each one of these is 16.
16?
Wait a minute. Each one of these may be 8.
8? So for 32?
I can't remember. I'll have to turn it on, and we'll find out when we fire it up.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe you can get the camera in on the label right over here on the side of the RAM.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
You have to come way sharper at an angle than that.
Yeah. Bear with me.
Yeah, it may just be on too much of an angle to get the camera in there.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we're so close. That's all right.
All right.
Let's not worry about it. It's difficult because there's a big screen on the camera that gets in the way of putting it in there. But you know what? Let me grab my Corona glasses.
I got a feeling that's only 32.
I think it's
8 gig sticks is what I'm.
Why do you think that? Because I'm cheap.
Because I'm psychic.
Because you know I'm.
Yeah.
You're right, Mitch. 8 gigs, DDR4, and 3,000 speed. So it is running at 3,000. So 8, 16, 24, 32 gigs of RAM.
It's good to be king. All right. So,
I don't get it. Oh, I want to take a minute and just say, when I first started in computers, I like to play video games. And there's a group on Facebook of people that are fans of the Atari 8-bit computer. And this is where I learned to program, and this is where I learned to do my hacking that I used to do. And this book is from Europe, so it was kind of expensive to ship it, but it's really nice. And they go through a bunch of different games, a little story about the game, interviews with the programmers and developers.
Nice.
And it's bringing back, like, there's games in here, and I go, oh, I remember that game. I totally forgot about it. And then it's just a little blurb on the side about the game. Anyway, it's from a guy named Darren Doyle, and it's available at Gray Fox Books. So if there's any of you other old school Atari 8-bit computer owners looking for a bit of nostalgia, this covers a whole bunch of the games, some I've never even heard of before. It doesn't cover everything. There's a few in there I wish that were included, but for reasons that deal with publishing, they could not be. They weren't forgotten on purpose. They were unfortunately unable to publish some of them, but it even covers, the evolution of the Atari computer and how it's changed, designed, and this brought back a lot of memories for me. This is about $60 for this book. Okay. Yeah, it was not cheap, but it's also a heavy book. It's well made. It's good paper, and it's shipped from, I think, Ireland. So shipping was like $20. So it's like a $40 book. Anyway, I want to give that guy a shout out because of how cool it is. And with regards to the Y3K bug, Gigabyte support sent me a BIOS update, a one-of-a-kind BIOS update that they said, will you try this and tell us if it works? And I tried it, and it fixes the problem, so you cannot put a date in over, if you put a year of anything over 2099, then it defaults to 2099. Like if I put in 3029 and hit enter, it goes to 2099, which is what every other motherboard manufacturer's BIOS already does. And I asked Gigabyte, okay, this works now. Are you going to apply this to all of your motherboards across the board, across your lineup? And they said they'll present it to the team and let them decide, which is not a good answer. So you may be seeing a drop-off of Gigabyte boards on my channel. It takes them an average of 3 days to respond to any support request. And this BIOS update, I don't feel like they're taking it with enough seriousness. It's not prioritized, and while I appreciate that they've addressed it, I feel like, I just kind of feel like they don't care. Maybe they do, but the message I'm getting is sort of like, this is irrelevant. It's not that important, and I disagree. I think it's very important. And I emphasize to them to grab any of their competitors' motherboards and try this, and then tell me why you do something that none of them do. Explain it to me. So it's reasons like that where I've got to be cautious as a business owner. This is why I stopped using ASRock many years ago. I told that story before, where their support was so bad it left me in a negative financial situation where I was losing money doing business. So I said, I won't use ASRock anymore. Well, now I may be going back to ASRock. Maybe everything is flipped. I'll give Gigabyte a chance to make this right, but so far, I'm not happy with the average 3-day response to a technical support request. That means your customer is down for 3 days minimum before you get any sort of response from them. And that's why I mentioned when you're buying parts, it's not just about finding the lowest price. It's also about making sure that you've got good support. What good's your warranty if you can't get a hold of the company? But it should be a quality product where, look, let's face it, if they got good support, the chances are they've got good products and you won't need the support. So in any event, let's go ahead and get the new CPU. And this is the, I've had this now how long?
Jeez.
This was $500 when I bought it. Today it's $420, I think. So while it sat on my table for 5 weeks, 6 weeks, the price has gone down about $80. So this is why you don't buy parts ahead of time. This is significantly cheaper. If I'd have bought this, say on Monday, it would have arrived by today. It would have made no difference in my life. It'd still be the same part, but I'd have $80 more in my pocket, plus sales tax.
So let's get it out of that beautiful box.
And then there's the okay. So I'm going to get the razor blade out. We're going to cut this. Everything you see here is live and unscripted. There's our chip. Now in here is the cooler. The rest of this is the cooler and fan. And we're going to use the Mugen, so we're just going to leave
that right there.
We'll leave it all in there.
And that's a good cooler, though, isn't it?
You know, for most people it's great, but for me it's a little bit loud. And when I'm broadcasting and the machine starts ramping up, the microphone picks it up, and you'll see people in the chat go, "What's?" You'll hear them, well, you'll see them type, you know,
your air conditioning.
What's that noise? Well, and that's a whole different issue, right? Because in the summertime, the air conditioner's right out this window, so it's right next to where I'm broadcasting from. But I will say that little computer, if you point down at the streamer, look how little the streamer is. That Lyle can't be bothered.
Just a tiny little guy.
That thing is silent. I haven't heard a peep out of it since we started. But that's the Encase M1. And that's what's streaming to you right now. That's the streamer. So now let me open this up.
You're not going to put that in vertical, are you?
Yeah.
You going to risk it? Mm-hmm.
Well, it shouldn't be any big deal. Yeah. It should go in just the same way the other one came out, right? If you notice on the bottom of the CPU, there's those little square or rectangular, look like little holes. Mm-hmm. And they're spaced apart there, like 2 are closer and 2 are further away. But yes, it would be ideal for you to lay the case flat, but I'm going to try and do this upright because this is a crowded table, and I feel like this will be super easy.
Are you lucky?
I don't think it's luck. It's skill. Crack. If I line it up, you should not have to apply any pressure. If it lines up correctly, it should just...
Did it have the one corner? There it is. Did the one corner have a gold star?
You tell me. Take a look. Do you see any indicator here or here?
Got me.
Zoom in a little bit more. And stand over by where I am so we get an angle of the other side, because I think it's on the other side. There's a little teeny tiny dot and a little teeny tiny triangle right there. Right, if you look really closely, you can see them.
Gotcha.
You'd think they'd make that a little more obvious, but it won't go in.
Right.
You know, when you line it up, it just slips in. So if you have to push down on it, you're going to bend the pins and you're doing it wrong. Now these have to come out. These brackets are not used on the Mugen 5. And these are the brackets that all the AMD motherboards come with, these little plastic brackets.
Okay.
So we're going to take these out. So the clutch is kicking in because I've got it set so low. Now there's a piece that screws into behind the chip, which means we have to take the back panel off. You can see my lovely cable management. Ooh.
Impressive.
I'm just going to put this back in the box. Keep it all together. And then I'm going to put this over here. Where am I going to put this? I guess I'll put it over here. So you'll see this whole piece comes off. And that's the back plate. That's stock. This is how the motherboard's shipped out of the box with this piece. Okay. And that's all going to get replaced with these parts here in the Mugen 5. So what I like to do with these parts is keep them in a Ziploc bag, because if one of these breaks on a customer's board, it's good to have, as a technician, it's good to have spares. Because in the desert, this plastic, at least on the old, what were they called, the AMD Athlon series, I saw a few of these little tabs break off just because the plastic got dry and brittle. Yeah. Once that happens, you can't secure the heat sink. And then those customers' cases, they didn't have thermal protection back then. And the CPUs would overheat and crack in half. And then you're sort of bad news Charlie at that point, you know, like, you know. So I'm going to keep the heatsink and the fan in here for right now because our table's getting really, really crowded. And we're going to dump this out. There's a box, Lyle. He can't be bothered. Okay, so we're not adding any extra fans. We need that. The straight brackets are for Intel systems. So for once in our life, we're not using those. We're going to use the curved ones. And of course, we've got the standoffs. And I believe we still use the same here in the instructions, because I haven't really done a Mugen 5 on an AMD, or at least it's been a long time. I can't remember. It appears, I'm confused. So on an AMD, on an Intel, we would use this, but it looks like we're going to keep the original back plate. That's what it looks like. It's telling us to put this back. which makes sense. It's a good quality backplate. It's doing the job. And that we're just going to put our standoffs in it. And the question is, which standoffs? Is it the same standoffs as Intel socket 1151 or Intel socket 2011? It shows.
Share an idle, no backplate necessary.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to figure out is, it says this is number 11, and here there should be a list of parts identified by number. Yeah, right here. And 11 shows just the spacers. Oh, that's what these spacers are. I thought these were for a fan.
No.
So I've been wrong this whole time, because you see it's got the rubber anti-vibration dampeners for a fan.
Okay.
So I thought that these spacers, okay, so it wants us to use those spacers.
On the motherboard side.
Yeah, well here, let's do this. Let's bring this back around. This is kind of exciting. This is a new experience for me. So there's our 4 spacers. Now what I'm curious about is, so one side of the spacer has a big hole and the other side has a small hole. And I don't really identify here So I've not watched any YouTube videos to see how other people do this. Part of me thinks that this secures down in... No, that's not going to work. Oh. So the reason why it's got the bigger hole is if we look at the back plate. Hold on, I got to put the back plate back on. The back plate has these little posts that stick up. Do you see that? Can you pick that up on camera? They just kind of stick out.
Okay.
And so the wider hole goes over that, over the top.
Okay.
So I will have to lay this flat, yeah. Because then, once that's on, let me just verify what I'm doing here. Yeah, we've got to use the longer screws. So we don't, so normally I'm into this bag right here. This is normally when I do a Mugen 5. It's always on an Intel. This is the Intel bag. Okay. This is the AMD bag. So these longer screws, see on the Intel side we use these shorter ones. See the difference in the length of the screw? Because it's got to go through this standoff and then into the back plate. So we will not use this bag at all. First time I can remember. And then these rubber pads, again, they're for an extra fan, so I was a little confused as to why they were put in the bag with the AMD stuff. Well, that's my excuse. What are you looking at?
Just the screws.
Oh, you're down here?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the screen. I'm like, what the hell? What's he filming? Okay. All right, this is going to be a little tricky. So these are the brackets we need. Let me move this out of the way. And we're going to go... this.
Little bumpy gang. I'll try to straighten it out here.
So in theory, if I'm reading the instructions correctly, this should go on. So on the Intel socket, these brackets go on like this. They follow the lever. But on the AMD socket, it appears that they go on in parallel with the RAM. But keeping in mind, I've never done, I guess I've never done this before because it's a little awkward to have to hold everything. And I don't remember doing that before.
Do we have something something here that I can take a look at the screen here? I know here we got something in the way. The screen. Oops.
Oh, I hit a button.
Okay.
Wow, that rain's coming down, huh?
Yeah. We got over 1,100 people in chat.
Right on.
Nice to see you, folks. Hope you're all having a lucky Friday the 13th. We've got rain here in Phoenix, which is kind of nice because it so rarely rains.
But when it rains...
Brother, does it rain?
Okay, so this isn't lining up correctly, so... My guess is... It's got to go towards the inside. This is kind of weighted so that it kind of falls over, which is making it a little bit more of a challenge. Whoops. This is a four-hand job. Oh, that's much better. Okay. Come on now. Boy, that's awfully close to that RAM. Is that how it goes? Does that look right? That's what it's showing. Okay. And then we'll just do the same thing on the other side. Again, we'll take the standoff or the spacer. It's more accurate to call that a spacer. And I don't have to hold the back of it anymore with my hand because now the back plate is secured by these two screws on that side. You know, wearing this mask started out being a funny idea, but it's really hot and uncomfortable. But I'm sticking with it. I'm dedicated. I'm dedicated to the joke. See it through. You getting those close-ups, Mitch?
Indubitably. Yeah, that is odd, you know, that the brackets would go that way, but...
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you know the cooler on the Intel,
right?
The way that the holes line up, the Intel lever goes this way. The Intel lever is in line with the RAM.
Yeah.
And on the AMD, the lever to release the CPU is opposing it. not opposing it. It's perpendicular. What's the word? It's 90 degrees different. So in the CPU, in the heatsink box here, we've got the heatsink itself and the fan. Lyle just doesn't care. And let's just do a test fit and see if it's going to fit okay. How's that look on your side? Looks pretty good to me, right?
Yeah.
All right, give me just a second. Whew. It's getting hot. Are you hot?
I am, yeah. It's a bit warm.
I need to open a window or something in here. Whew. Everybody in the chat, give me a shout out. Let me know, where are you watching from? Where are you located? I don't want your home address, you creep. I just want to know what city, what state, what country, what planet are you from? On your mother's side. Okay.
How's that shot?
Let me see. Look, if this whole acting thing doesn't work out, I think you got a career in film, behind the camera. Okay. Oh, they're all starting to give our shots out now. Everything from Oregon to West Virginia, New York, and the UK, Missouri, and Wyoming, and Maryland, and Kansas, Amsterdam, and the Netherlands, and Minnesota, and Ireland, and Florida, and Sun City West, and Maine, more in the UK, and Michigan, Mitch, Akron, Ohio.
Fellow Michiganian.
Don't say Michiganian.
Sorry, Michigander.
That's better. And Norway is in the house. Raleigh, North Carolina, Costa Rica, Canada, as well as Quebec and Baton Rouge, and more in England, Scotland, Minnesota, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Vermont, and Belgium, and Italy, and Pennsylvania, Ishpeming, Michigan. How do you say it? Ishpeming? Come on, you're from Michigan. You're supposed to know this stuff.
Is it glove time, Dr. Carrot?
Oh, yeah. I got to get my gloves. See, Mitch keeps me...
Only one, not two gloves.
So the reason we wear this glove, is to make sure that the thermal compound is spread evenly without contaminating it with skin oils from our skin.
Because Uncle Kerry needs all the gloving he can get.
That's right, and not only that, but this is a nitrile glove, not a rubber glove, not a latex glove, nitrile. So this prevents the shocker. I mean, ESD. How's that? Never mind. It's a joke for another channel. And in here, I've got the thermal compound. You still with me, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're gonna. Now you'll see the heat spreader on an AMD chip is quite a bit larger than an Intel, so we're gonna use just a bigger dab. I'm gonna start with that amount, and we'll see where that takes us.
Is that a dab or a smidgen?
It's sort of a dingen.
Okay.
A schmab.
A schmab.
Yeah, I put a schmab on there.
And he's going to paint it. If you can see the writing on the CPU, it's a little too thin.
Yes.
But you want to cover it to where you can't see the
But you
writing.
see that little bit, how far that's spread out? You don't want to see any silver.
Right.
But at the same time, you don't want it dripping over the edges.
Too much.
Then it's a pain to clean up.
Right.
And the reason I do this, I give it little hills and valleys, is this will help prevent any sort of air bubbles or anything, because what it's going to do when we put the heatsink on top is it's going to squish this down. I don't know, it looks a little light.
A little more?
I think you're better off with too little than too much, only because you can always add more.
Yeah. Check those temps.
I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
What do you think?
From here, yeah. Dr. Mitch concurs. Just right.
Dr. Mitch concurs?
Concurs. Using big words you don't understand. Okay. Now we turn the glove inside out.
Why is abbreviated such a long word? I got this for you.
Okay. And
So-
now the Mugen.
Now we're going to take this.
Everyone always, yeah.
Remember, that's on there to keep that free of any contamination, so you only remove it when you're ready to install. Notice one screw is underneath the heatsink and one screw stands away. This side goes towards your RAM. That's how you know what direction. It doesn't go on this way, it goes on this way. And we're going to line that up. And we're going to use the very nice
Included screwdriver.
Yeah, and it goes right through the center hole here. Oh, I'm sorry, no, on this side, you just have direct access. Well, I was working harder than I had to.
Yeah.
So just give that a couple turns and come around to the other side. You filming that good there?
Oh, yeah.
And then I've got to find, I'm having trouble finding my groove.
Okay.
I need my groove back.
And you're not.
There it is, found it.
You're not an emperor. All right. So just a couple of turns.
Well, we'll give it a few more. I could be an emperor. You don't know me. It just
See how easy that was to install. Well, it's just got to be the easiest.
I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
those little spacers were kind of a pain in the butt, but you know,
Yeah.
it's easier on Intel with the same cooler. But it shows how flexible this cooler is.
Right.
Because I'll tell you what, even that was easier than a Hyper Cooler.
212.
Yeah, Hyper 212 from Cooler Master.
Evo.
Yeah, thank you for that.
And what is this Mugen going for now? Any idea?
$48 on Amazon.
On Amazon right now.
That's its regular price.
A bargain.
Mm-hmm. And those screws come to a dead stop. You don't have to worry about over tightening them at all.
Okay. Now
And
we
then-
put the fan on.
Yeah, but what I want to do first is all these parts. If you come around here, there's a bunch of parts here that we're going to keep.
Because they're Intel. They're Intel.
Now, do you know why we're going to keep them?
Because they're Intel.
Yeah, but why do I need to, why am I,
In case you ever swap out CPUs.
like, what are we going to do later today with your
Swap
system?
out, mine's an Intel. We're swapping it out to AMD
And you have a Mugen cooler, and what did I ask you?
to bring the brackets.
I said, do you still have the Ziploc bag with all the parts from before? And you said yes. And I was like, oh, you're the man. Because most people go, there was a bag of parts?
No, last time I lost something was 1978, so leave me alone.
But did she enjoy it?
Yeah. So we'll mark that as
Well, we don't even have to mark it. If I put the instruction bag in there, it's pretty obvious.
what that is. Boom.
So the spare thermal compound is in there. Everything's in there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate out, because these are generic AMD socket, AM4 socket
Brackets.
brackets that could come in handy in a customer repair.
Okay.
So I'm going to keep these in a little bag, and I'm missing one of the screws still. Which is somewhere.
I always knew you had a screw loose. All right. Let's see.
How dare you? Little WD-40, just a little too much.
Okay.
Would you rather my screw was rusty?
Or loose.
Okay, so we've got, oh, there it is right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 screws. And again, the motherboard came with this. If you buy a socket AM4 motherboard, that's attached to your board, and it has to come off if you're going to replace your cooler with a liquid cooler or any cooler, really. Most coolers don't reuse those, but you may want them in the future, so be sure and put them away, because you never know.
Okay.
All right, and that just leaves us the fan and the brackets to put on now. And so for the brackets, well, I guess the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get my nylon zip ties, and I'm going to tie that up nice and neat, because we've got to go. I didn't pay attention to which header that came off of, but more than likely the one closest to the edge is probably, can you zoom in on that? You have to get right above it. Zoom, 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 zoom. Wait, oh, oh. Now go a little lower. What does it say? Ah, okay, so if you go a little more to the other, it says CPU fan if you look at the top left on the screen.
Got it.
CPU fan means the fan header at the top is for the CPU fan, and then it says, you can't read it, but it says OPT below the fan.
Option.
And if you could read it, it says CPU optional. That's the one below. So that would be like if we were putting a second fan, like one on each side of the heatsink,
Gotcha.
then that's what the optional one is for. So we want to go to the one closest to the edge of the board. And it's important because if the motherboard does not detect a CPU fan when you turn it on, it may immediately turn off to protect your hardware from overheating.
Let's watch him try to drink his Coke. Through the mask. Just with his crazy straw. All right. Remember those as a kid? They were like,
What do you mean as a kid? I just had one yesterday.
Oh. Okay.
How many people we got watching, Mitch?
1,200.
Where do you see it? You're just making numbers up now.
No. In the lower left corner. 1,200.
1,271 people watching live around the world. Welcome in, guys. Hope you stick around. I'm going to grab a couple of nylon zip ties because now is the time to make that wire management on the CPU fan look pretty, because once it's in place, it's too tight of a spot to get into without having to disassemble things. So I want to remind you, this is the machine. If you guys have been a regular of this channel, if you've been watching my videos for some time, this has been the machine I have been streaming to you on
for a couple of years.
And editing on. Any videos that have been edited, it's all been on this machine. And it was once a 2700X. Wait, I just took a 2700X out of it.
Right.
It was a 1700 before that. And I swapped the 1700 out, and we changed the motherboard to a Gigabyte X470, and I had a problem with it. And I got frustrated waiting for Gigabyte to respond, so I went with an Asus board. And then I had the same exact problem on the Asus board. So that means there was nothing wrong with the Gigabyte board, which is the board you're going to be getting, Mitch.
Okay.
And that's how that happened. But you can see now, in theory, we should not have to change the motherboard. This chip should work fine. Unlike the 1700 to the 2700, it was a different chipset. I went to an X470. But with this X470, we should be able to use every AM4 chip, I think. See, I don't know the AMD lineup that well. I'm sure they'll correct me in the chat room because they really like to do that. So I think I'm going to just start saying things wrong on purpose.
Okay. And then this board has the current BIOS.
Yes, yeah, I've always kept the board, well, because this is the streamer,
right.
It's always had the latest chipset driver, which I have to manually check for, which really drives me crazy that AMD doesn't have an automatic pop-up to say, hey, there's a new chipset driver. The latest chipset driver came out for the 470 chipset in mid-January. So if you're running an AMD motherboard, you should make sure that you're running the latest chipset, because it makes a huge difference, at least it did for me, with the performance of the board. Like the chipset and the BIOS updates turn this into a meh computer to a, ooh, I really like this computer.
Sweet.
That's why I'm keeping it. But if I never updated the BIOS and I never updated the chipset, all I would do is tell you how terrible this computer is and why I'm going to stick with Intel. But the thing about Intel is that it does have an automatic chipset driver updater. And the chipset driver comes in from Windows Update automatically, so you don't have to do all this additional sleuthing and checking. But it doesn't make one better than the other. That's one of the differences between them. And it's something that if you don't stay on top of it, you may not be getting the best performance. And it'll cost you nothing but your time. So can you see what I'm doing? This is going to go on right like this. And we want that fan. This is the fan where you see the logo spinning?
Yep.
That's the part that pulls air in. Yep. And you see the support brackets? This is the airflow direction. It's going to be blowing out, like right now, towards you.
Right.
And we want it to blow through this radiator And then this fan is positioned the same way where it's going to pull the air in and blow it out the back.
Okay.
So all the airflow is moving this way. Even notice the front fan. See that?
One direction.
It is one direction. It's pulling air in.
Isn't that a band? Okay, yeah.
Used to be.
Used to be.
Then they all went separate directions.
Ah.
It's kind of ironic when you think about it.
And then you want to acclimate, there's a big word.
Acclimate.
The fan so that cable.
Well, that's not acclimating.
Yeah.
That's orienting.
Yeah, I was seeing if you were paying attention. All right.
I can't even afford to pay attention. So you see the grooves on the fan plug?
Got it.
Okay, and then there's a little
nubbin.
Well, yeah. Okay. Okay.
I like using big words. All right.
My mother used to say, "Hand me the clicker." I'm like, "The what?" She goes, "The flipper." The flipper. Yeah, you know, the clicker, the flipper.
The TV.
The remote control, Mom? Is that what you want? The remote control?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
The clicker.
The flipper. She called it the flipper because you used it to flip channels, I guess.
Yeah. It's just like playing the game Operation. You can get a funny bone, think funny bone.
You sank my battleship. Oh, different game?
Yeah.
I think we're showing our age.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like a game of, no, darn it, I can't think of an old-timey game title.
Shoots and ladders.
That's not old enough.
No. And then there's a notch on the cooler, which is great, that the fan fits right in.
Yeah, if you look right in there,
it
totally like lines up perfect. And then I just pull back on this wire hanger, which is a little awkward in this position. And you see this side? I'm going to pull it towards me, and it just locks right in.
Isn't that amazing?
Then I drop my microphone.
Okay. And that's it, except for the graphics card.
So I'm going to set this back up on its feet. What do you think?
Very nice.
Does it look like it's going to explode?
No. Very nice.
Just that one hanger wasn't on all the way. And you can see what I like about the thoughtfulness of the Scythe Mugen 5 cooler is if you look, I can still get RAM in and out of here.
Right.
Without worrying about the fan getting in the way.
Very nice.
Which the new Cooler Master 212 is like, oh, they got a new version of it? Yeah, you won't be able to do that with that new version. You'll have to take it off just to do something as simple as pulling a RAM module. So they really thought this out well. Even on the other side of it, there's a cutout. So if you have like a socket 2011 where you've got RAM on both sides, it gives you a little extra height between the cooler and the RAM if the cooler were to sit on top of the RAM or over the RAM. So also, what's the point of getting RGB RAM if your cooler is going to cover it up? Right. So Scythe wins on all those marks. And did I mention it's $48.99 on Amazon? Yeah. And it comes with that screwdriver.
Yeah.
So it's that easy to install. I've never installed on an AMD 4. I think this is the first time we've ever done it.
Yeah.
And I did it without really screwing it up.
As quick as you possibly could.
Yeah.
Should we show the folks that beautiful new graphics card?
Oh, you want me to move on? Okay.
Time is money. All right.
Yes.
Here we go.
Mitch, cracking the whip over there.
It's Friday.
And if anybody needs it.
And it is the 13th. All right.
Friday the 13th. Well, you know, I think it's bad luck to be superstitious.
Here's a great shot.
Hey, keep it family friendly.
Very nice.
Here we go.
Oh, that was smooth. All right.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, oh, we got another one right here. Kind of feel like that's going to stitch up real nice. Yeah, I think we got another one on this side.
Somebody says, what's the deal with the mask? They obviously haven't been watching the news about the last 3 days.
Have you seen my face? You're welcome.
Yeah, you don't want to.
That's what I'm saying.
At his age,
I got a face made for radio.
At his age, and to still suffer from acne. That's why the mask. All right.
Ooh, look at how they Ooh, look at how pretty that is. Wow, is that heavy? Holy smokes! What I do? Pay by the pound?
Ooh. Steady now.
It's gonna be like two dogs fighting over a bone.
Will that take just 2 slots? That won't take 3.
It'll take whatever it wants. It is in charge now. My eyes are up here, Mitch.
Family friendly. Okay. One more shimmy shake. Okay. There you go. All right. Let's get this started.
Here we are. Now, in theory, make sure that that latch is still open. And in theory, it should just go right back in there, just like the way the other one came out. Line it up with the slot first and foremost, which is not doing right now.
Don't force it.
There it is. See, it just seated. And now I can push it, and we should hear it click when it locks in. And then I can grab the two. Almost same. That's a fancy box, though, isn't it?
Quite snuffy, yes.
Just put that over there.
Now, does that power supply have the 6 and an 8?
Well, that's a good question. You would think it would.
At 600 watts, you would think.
Yeah. What's happened, so they separated them into 2 cables.
Oh, okay.
So this is the original one that came off, and that'll go right there.
Okay.
And if you look, what I did is I bundled the rest of the cables down at the bottom, because this case has no case window.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about getting all fancy with your cable management. And I'll just have to redo that a little later, but just very carefully cut the nylon zip tie without cutting the cables. I can't really see. Let me get a flashlight. I really don't want to cut those cables.
No.
That means I'll be changing a power supply later. There it is. And if you look right here, see they've separated into 2 cables, and I wire tied back this.
Okay.
I must have really had a crystal ball to know I was going to need just 6 more. And then what I did, how did I run that one? I'll run this one the same way. It runs out there. Right? And then it goes like this, so it'll follow the same path. And with the clip facing down, we'll just go right on there like so. We're ready for our first test fire.
Oh, we are
Mitchell.
not. We are not, are we?
What? We're not?
Are we?
Why are you saying no?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got the little USB card to add too, but I'm just too excited.
Okay. Can I? My arms are killing me. Can I take them?
Yeah, you need a break?
Yeah.
Yeah, here, let me push a button here and free you of your burden. There you go. And then let's do this. Let's shut it off so we save battery life. There you go. Okay, now with all that, what we're going to do is put the HDMI cable here in the back to the graphics card for you at home. So we're going to do that right now. Let's take a look. I'll keep that one. No, that can go in the trash too. Let's fire it up. Yeah. So what do I need? I need an HDMI cable, which I've got laying around here. Here it is.
The suspension is killing me.
Suspension?
The tension.
Are you being suspended?
No.
All right, and then we've got power. We're going to add some power here. Flip the switch to the off position. And this will run across the table here, so just be cautious of...
Can I plug it in?
Yeah, you can plug it in.
Plugging.
Move this stuff out of the way. And then forgetting something. Oh, keyboard and mouse. So we'll move this up here, like so. And then come over here. Make sure this is plugged in and turned on. Plug the keyboard and mouse in up here. Now, in theory...
And guys and gals, again, thank you so much for your donations. Uncle Kerry will get to them as soon as we see whether this machine blows up or not.
Yeah, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. So again, we're using a different streaming computer, which may not be configured for this input yet. Let me just, how am I going to do this? Oh, you know what? I can switch the back of it here. Hold on. I'll make my life easier. We're still okay, right?
Yes.
I didn't just take us offline, did I?
No.
How about now?
No.
How about now?
No.
Look at that. It's like I knew what I was doing. All right, here we go. I'm going to switch over to, let's go to the right mouse, first of all. We're going to cam 1. And I'm going to not minimize, but I'm going to put myself...
Sound effect.
Yeah. How's that? Good enough?
Yeah.
Maybe a little more. And I don't know. Flip the switch to on. Who's going to push the button?
You.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Ooh, that's noisy. Well, that's the graphics card. Oh, that's better. Well, boy.
Someone said, did you pay $100 for the mask? No, but I will tell you, I searched, and trying to find a mask was about like trying to find hen's teeth. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't turn the input on. There it is.
Nice.
Okay, so memory is 32 gigs, recognizes that. New CPU installed, please enter setup. So F1 to run setup. Did I turn the keyboard on? F1. And then we'll go to, let's see here. I'm going to turn off camera 1 for a moment so I can read what's going on. What do we have? It looks like my XMP turned off.
And just how did it do that?
Let's do F7 to go into advanced mode. I need advanced because I'm an advanced kind of guy. All right, so there should be the latest BIOS version on here as far as I know. And if we go to the advanced section under, all this looks good. It's fine. Voltage of main. It says the speed of the memory is 2400. Memory frequency is on auto.
What did you say it was? 3,000? No.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's in here somewhere. Let me go back to easy mode because I thought it was pretty obvious. Yeah, DOCP right there. Put that on. We'll change that to
Enabled.
Enabled, yeah. Although, in theory, I really shouldn't be doing that right now because I want to make sure the CPU works okay. So if I have any problems, I won't know if it's the CPU or the RAM, but chances are if it worked before, it's going to work fine. Then F10 to save and exit, so I'll push F10. And it says these are all the changes that we've made, and I'll press OK. And then you should see, man, that's loud. But the good news is it's just at startup.
Yeah.
It's also possible that it's not going to like that RAM at that speed. And if that's the case, it just simply won't.
Okay.
It'll just sit here and do this, which may mean that we take the RAM out and change it with the G-Skill Royal, or just leave it at 2400, which is where it wanted to be anyway. I personally can't see any difference in the performance of the machine. However, you know, if it says it'll run at 3000, I want it to run at 3000.
Well, you want it to
right?
run to at what it's designed for.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit reset here.
Okay.
We know those fans are working.
That's for sure.
And I can turn camera 1 back on so people can watch what we're doing.
Somebody says, wow, is that thing growling? Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's having a little. We'll flip it off here and then turn it back on. Yep, give it a minute. It doesn't seem to like the
3000?
Yeah, but it liked it fine with the other chip, and we didn't change the board, so, you know, I would have thought it would have been fine, but I guess I thought wrong.
And you see no difference?
Oh, wait a minute, something's happening.
Oh, okay. Fingers crossed, Friday the 13th? Lucky Friday the 13th, here we go.
I mean, it might have just set it back to 2400. I don't know what just happened there.
Because it doesn't like you. All right, let's see.
Well, now see, it did something.
Okay.
It's making some adjustments. See how it auto,
Yep,
like
it
just resets something.
Somebody says the fans sound like they're rubbing. No, they're not.
No.
No.
So this is what the streaming computer desktop looks like. It's kind of a mess. There's people who are like, oh, there's one up here. You know there's somebody looking at this going, he's got his passwords there. Oh, hold on, it's loading the driver for the graphics card.
Oh, okay.
This is kind of funny. I want to show this to you. So these are, when I do a video edit, oh, well, that's because I'm not plugged into the network. That's the Samsung Magician software trying to connect. But these are the little cutaways I did in my edit.
Yeah. So
like right here, it says passwords. And people are like, oh, you know they want me to click on this because they think it's going to display my passwords. But what this is a screenshot I took of the most common passwords people use in 2019.
Yeah, there you go.
And yeah, please don't save your passwords in a file called passwords on your desktop. Let's take a look at what we're running here. Let's go to the properties of the computer. And it shows the Ryzen 9 3900X 12-core processor, currently at 3.8.
Nice.
We've got 32 gigs of RAM, but it doesn't tell me what speed the RAM is running at.
Only in the BIOS? Will that?
No, I can pull up CPU-Z, which I have on a flash drive right with my utilities here. So we'll plug that in to a USB port. And PC testing software.
And then did you say, do we have time to install that front panel?
Yeah, it should only take a minute.
Yeah. We'll see what this says. Are you guessing it went back to 24?
Yeah, but I don't know. Let's see what it says. No, it's at 3000, right? It says 1497 and a double data rate, so that'd be 2 times 1497, right?
What am I, a math whiz? Or
Well, that's not what I heard.
okay. NVIDIA, okay.
And there's probably a newer driver. I don't know that it shares the RTX. Oh, I can't do it because I'm not online. I will update to the latest studio driver, not the latest game driver. And as you can see, We're on keyboard carry. Let's go over here. If you look closely, you'll see that this graphics card lights up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But when we put the panel on it, you won't be able to see that. So, yeah, there we are. Now we could run some benchmarks on it just to get a lay of the land here. I'd be curious, you know, how it would perform on some of this, some of the ordinary benchmarks I run. I'm just on the fence about which benchmarks I want to use. Let me take a quick look. Let me back this back off.
No time for benchmarks.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we don't really have a lot of time for that.
Yeah, moving on. Sorry, folks.
Let me take a quick look. Let's run one of them. Let's do heaven just for the second. This is a computer I don't like to mess with because it's critical that the configuration stays reliable. But I think I ran this a long time ago. I'll know if it requires, yeah, so I have run this before, because otherwise I wouldn't have gotten this far.
I just would have thought that would have been a little more quiet. But we don't have the panels on it too. I mean, so. Well,
remember the capture card has a little fan on it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let's see, if I take us and move us, I guess we can stay there. What am I doing wrong?
Somebody says, why is Darth Vader's brother running the show today?
Is that going to work? Not sure. Let's hit F9 and start the benchmark. I'm just trying to raise it up a little bit to prevent my logo from covering up the benchmark numbers. Oh, I see what I did. We'll just raise that up a little so you guys can see the numbers in the corner of how this is performing. And then we'll just switch that off for a moment so everybody can see. How we doing? Looking good?
Yeah. What kind of numbers you think you'll get? 41 in the 4,000s?
They should be impressive.
Yeah.
It's like Steve Burnett had submitted $10 via PayPal. Thanks for supporting the channel, Steve. And Luke Greenia sent 20 via PayPal. Thank you for your continued support, Luke. Really appreciate that very much. Luke's joining us in the chat, as he normally does.
Yeah, he's right there. Yeah.
These should be very impressive numbers, and way overkill for a YouTube streaming computer. Like way over the top, at least for what I'm doing today. With 1,349 people watching, hey guys, thanks for joining me today. And this is the maybe an annual thing. Maybe once a year it'll be time to upgrade the streamer. We'll see how it goes. But I mean, I should be good for like 5 or 6 years.
I would say, yeah.
Personally, I mean, unless I'm starting to do things in 360 or have 8 or 12 camera inputs, I think this is far more than I need. But that's a good thing, right? We want to be able to not just get our needs for today, but have something to grow into as well. So our final numbers, 268.8 average frames per second, or was the score of 6772.
Wow.
Now, I don't know exactly how that compares with other builds, but the reason I ran that versus superposition is because even though this is an older benchmark and this is a brand new modern system, really needs something to compare it against. When we start using new benchmarks that won't run on older systems, how do you compare it, right? So anyway, those are the numbers there, and that's
all we have to say about that?
Yeah, and let me just put this back the way it was. Give me just a second here. Let's fit that to screen. And we'll go back to camera 1. And then I will close this out and hit escape.
And what does this front panel do? It has extra USBs on it or something?
Yeah, so my issue is when I'm live, I like to reach out front and plug things into the front of the case as I'm working, as I'm live.
Okay.
And when I'm already using one for the keyboard and mouse, when I put a second one in, it sometimes affects the keyboard and mouse because they're sharing the same data pathway.
Okay.
So what I want to do is add another one. And what you've got there, in fact, here, let me close this out.
We'll switch back to close-up camera and we'll put
Well,
her
not
in.
just yet. Not just yet. We'll shut this down. And then we can go back to full screen on
us.
Camera 1 here. There we go. And then, of course, it's powered off.
Right.
And then if you will hand me, what is it, this one? And you can do this to your, if your computer has front ports. You know, the cases today they're selling often don't have front port. And they go, well, nobody uses an optical drive anymore. But everybody's using USB. And if you want to add more USB, you have to get a hub or something like that, which is, and then if you don't add power to it, it probably isn't going to work well. So this allows us to put the hub in basically internally. And this is what it looks like. They're pretty cheap. You get these on Amazon. But the problem is, you'll see it's USB 3. And I think this motherboard only has one USB 3. Oh no, I got a second one. I'm good. So anyway, so what we're going to do is this case only has, let me show you. Sometimes it's a visual thing. It's a nice effort. I appreciate the attempt. Only has 5 1/4 inch bays, right? So when I pull that out, you'll see I got a fitment issue here.
Right.
So they sell an adapter, which is a 3.5 inch to 5 1/4 inch adapter, right over, where is it? Right here. So this adapter is from StarTech, and this will enable us to take any 3.5 inch device and convert it so it'll fit properly in here and look proper. Oh, there's tape on it. I'll trade you. Thank you. That's all it is. This probably costs 50 cents to make, you know. Here, Lyle, you can have that. You're welcome.
I don't like it. All right.
He's giving me a look. Those are the directions, which I don't know what you do with the directions, but all that's junk. There's more for you, boy. Okay, so we got a couple bags of screws. So anyway, usually you can secure this. You can secure devices into these either going in from the sides or from underneath. And this will just fit in here like this. And it looks like I can go in from underneath. The question is, do I have screws long enough? These screws are way too shallow. They've included some screws in the bag here, which are teeny tiny little screws. They're not going to be long enough. These are self-tapping screws and therefore drilling into the plastic to secure it into the case. So I'm going to have to go to my little bucket o' screws, because they did not give us the screws that we need. So let me go grab that real quick.
Don't leave me alone. All right.
You can do it.
I can do it. Yeah, you can never have enough USB 3.0s connections. You think you'll have some? That just might work?
I might just have a few somewhere.
Yeah.
I might have a couple
million? Okay.
somewhere. If I'm lucky, there'll be like maybe 2. So what I need are my glasses now, because all these screws look like a big blur to me. And let's take a look here. This mask is making my glasses fog up. Let's try this. So I think, so I can go either way. I can put the screws on the bottom. Or on the side, but either, I was gonna say either way it's gonna take 2, but if I go on the side, I can do 2 and 2 for 4, or just put 2 on the bottom. I think 2's all right. I don't think it has to be that secured. Like, it's just a USB plug. So there's one. Let's grab another one here. Now this is plastic. If you torque those screws down too tight, it will crack it. Now this isn't going to, because this is a generic adapter, it's not going to fit. Boy, I'm almost unrecognizable now. This should be my new look. Kind of like it.
I don't. All right.
Oh, you hurt my feeling.
Okay.
Just the one.
Just one.
So that's the way it's going to look. So if you look carefully, like up at the top and at the bottom, you say, oh, it's not flush, it's not complete. Hey, look, that's normal in the way these adapters work. in general, no matter what I put in there, if it was a floppy drive, like that's another thing that size, it would not fit exactly like, you know, like you couldn't tell if you look close enough that the two were two individual pieces. But that's normal. And then what we do now is we can slide this in here. Now the auto locking mechanism of this case isn't going to function with this because it's a piece of plastic that doesn't have the same size holes for the pin to go through, which is why they give you these self-tapping screws. And so what I will do is put one on one side and one on the other and plug it in and we're done.
Yeah.
I want to be lazy and use my power driver for this. I just want to get it started. We'll come around the other side and do the same thing here.
Eric says, do you have Corona? Boy, I wish I had one right now.
Would you like a Corona?
Yeah, ice cold.
So now what I'm trying to do is just make it flush with the front of the case before I tighten the screw. Now we used to have to do this with every component back in the day. It's very unusual to have to do this today. Come on now. It's feeling a little
Wonky?
I guess it's okay. That side feels really loose. Well, it's time to crank. You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to, sometimes it's best to turn them by hand now because I can't feel, because it's a self-tapping screw, how far it can go before it, you know what I'm saying, before it'll strip out. But you can certainly feel it with a hand screwdriver. I can feel the screw start to have resistance and stop. And you'll see this, the front of this will wiggle a little bit, and that's because I've just used the two screws on the bottom.
Right.
So it's not going to be, if that bothers you, if you're somebody that's like, okay, that's going to bother me that moves, then you'll want to put two screws in on the sides. But that's not going to bother me because it's not going anywhere.
Right.
And if I change my mind later, I just take this two screws out. You know, It's not a big deal. And then over here, what we can do is, you see, I might run into a cable length issue with this USB 3.0 cable. It's not very long. And I can't reach the secondary, maybe hard for people at home to see, but basically I've got two USB 3.0 headers on this motherboard, and one is towards the back, and that cable isn't going to reach, so we're going to trade places. You breaking something over there?
No, you want me to hand hold so they can see?
Yeah. All right, we ready? Switch over to camera 2. Oh, hold on, I can't. I still have the computer plugged in. I don't have the camera plugged in. Hold on. Try that again. Camera 2. Hey, there we go. Now, if you look down here, way down here by the audio, there's a secondary USB 3.0 header. And the problem is this cable's not going to reach that far. So what I can do is take this one. This connects to our front port USB 3.0. And I'm just going to move it over to, they're both equally. Oh, it was there the whole time. Okay. So you can't, this audio cable's in the way. But right there. Oh no, that's not USB 3, is it? Or is it? It looks too small. What does it say? That's a different port. That's not USB 3. I'm out of luck. But that's okay. You know what I can do? I'm going to put that back. I got another idea. I have one other idea, because I was thinking there wasn't a secondary USB 3 on that motherboard. Then I saw it, and I thought, oh, maybe there is. And now I tried to plug into it, and I go, okay, maybe there's not. So I don't necessarily have to have USB 3. It'll be fine if it's USB 2. And if you look on this board down here, I have these two USB 2 headers right here.
Gotcha.
And if you look at this package, this is a USB 3 to USB 2 adapter. You can get these on Amazon. They're like, I don't know, $5 or whatever. And what I can do is plug the USB 3 here. See the notch? Just like that. And then if we look down in here, I can plug into either one of these. Let's go like this. Just like that. There we go. Now, the next time I upgrade this, I'll make sure I get a board with two USB 3.0s. This has a USB 3.1, which is why I think it didn't come with two USB 3.0s. And you could get an adapter to adapt that, but I think that's only one USB port. I don't think it's two. I think. I haven't had much hands-on experience with this new 3.1, and it's for motherboard for computer cases that have the Type-C connectors up front. But I think it only controls one. But anyway, that's how we're going to convert that. And I would rather have these running at USB 2 than have to reach around the back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So granted, it's not going to run at the full USB 3 speeds, but I'll have the convenience of having it up front. And then later, when I do upgrade this motherboard, which you know I'm going to do eventually, I'll just make sure I get one with two USB 3.0 ports. Yep. I mean, they're easy to find.
Yep.
But it wasn't important to me at the time. This is an example of how your needs change as your usage of the computer changes.
So is this bad boy done?
That's all we're going to do today for this. Then we can start working on your old Stormtrooper there. So what I want to do is put the panels back on real quick. So we'll lay this down like so. It's getting heavier. That video card really added a lot of weight to it. Holy smokes. And we're streaming with the built-in video on a Ryzen 2600.
Wow.
So using this for streaming is like way over the top.
But you like it.
Well, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
When I edit some files, we'll see if they edit faster than the 1080, because the 1080 was pretty good at editing. There we go. So that's the back panel. Oh, I can't get over how heavy that became. Okay, one last look. I will get in here later and I'll just zip tie those back down, and I'll probably run this out through the back just to make it look a little cleaner. Okay. Not that anybody's ever going to look in it, but just the next time you guys see it, probably will have done that for the next upgrade. But just to keep things moving today, that's good enough for now. And before I put it back, I want to test fire it one more time and make sure that it still boots. Okay, that looks good. And these spare screws I will put away. Let's see, what is this? Oh, this is the spare parts for the end case. And the graphics card and the graphics card box can go here. These parts we're not using yet. These are the spare parts for that. This can go back over here. Just trying to have a sane work area. Okay. So let me test fire this one more time. What am I doing? This has got to go up here. And this has got to go right over here. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to switch back over to the main camera. You can set that one down. And let me minimize myself right over here like this. And we'll turn it on, flip the switch. I hope it does more than this. It's not a good start. I'm not sure why it's doing that.
So you're coming out of the graphics card.
Yep, yeah. We're on the graphics card. I think there's something about this RAM running at 3000 that it doesn't like. That's the only thing I can imagine it is. Because you can hear when it initializes, the fans calm down. But when I flipped it off, I was too impatient. I need to wait a few seconds and we'll try it again. But I bet you if I turn that to overclock the extreme memory profile off,
yeah,
I suspect that's what's going on. There it goes. See? You hear the fans?
Patience grasshopper. All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And it's bizarre because, wow, it boots fast.
That's fast.
Because it just flipping it off and turning it on shouldn't make a difference.
Right. But you're all set, right?
But I mean, I will address this so that it will turn on every time later, because I want to get to yours today.
Okay.
As far as streaming goes, though, I need this to turn on at the first time, every time, because I rely on it. So right. I will revisit. I suspect it's that memory profile issue. And again, if I bring it down to 2400, which I think is what it's stocked, I don't think I will notice a difference.
Right. Even
in editing or anything. It's just, it's too insignificant. Yeah. But I want to verify that's what the problem is, if there's any other issue. One thing I want to check while we've got it up and running is I want to make sure that
Those two front USBs work.
exactly. So what I will do, it's like, so say for example, on this machine here, there's no reason that I need to use USB 3.0 for the keyboard and mouse. So for the new one I just added, that's USB 2, that will be the new home for my keyboard and mouse, see? See what I'm thinking?
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm going to type any faster or any slower. I just want to make sure it still works. Yeah, there it is.
Shazam.
And then if I want to add my utilities or whatever, now I can use the top 3.0 port. So if I plug this in, I should see my USB 3. Everything's happy.
Beautiful.
That's the way it's supposed to work. And that way I'm not sacrificing any performance. Let's do this. And then we'll go to folder. Yeah, it's good. We'll shut it down. And then we'll go back over to camera 1. And now I can unplug this and unplug this. And this will go with this dongle here, can go with this mouse. And this keyboard, let me get these out of the way. You want to grab the Stormtrooper?
Okie dokie.
All right, I'm going to set this one down and we'll make room for computer number 2. Oh my gosh, I can't get over how much this weighs now. What have I done to myself? So you guys may recognize this machine from the past. Mitch had brought it in. I don't know, we did a repair, we did an upgrade, maybe we did a little of both. That's the 3950X. That's still a build-in process from previous videos. And as I recall, Mitch, we had to use some tape to hold this on.
Yeah.
So what ended up happening?
I ended up going online and buying a brand new one.
Just the panel.
For $20 or something like that.
You didn't have to buy the whole case. You just bought the panel?
Just bought the panel.
And it was just $20.
Yeah.
Where's your back plate?
I bent it when I wanted to install that. You ready?
Yeah, see what you got in there. Ooh, you got a nice graphics card, sort of. GTX 770.
For 10 years old.
Hey, it's a nice cooler you got in there.
Yeah, thanks to Uncle Kerry, put that in. I had an old Zalman. You remember that brand? Zalman?
Sure, of course. Yeah.
And then we swapped out this.
Yeah, the power supply. You've got a G3.
Yeah. 2 mechanicals and an SSD. Excuse me.
What's up? 2 optical drives too. Huh?
2 Blu-rays. And then
crazy,
this was
oh my gosh.
when I had nine fans in there, and he's like, "Why do you have 9 fans?"
All right. So I guess we'll start by taking the graphics card out of here.
Okay.
Now, am I doing the work or are you doing the work on this one?
I think you should do the work.
Are you sure? Have you seen my work?
Because I would be very nervous futzing around. Okay.
Wow, they did not make these easy to remove, did they? One clip goes down, one clip goes up.
Oh.
So that you have to get your fingers between the two.
Okay.
That's stupid.
Aziz, light. No.
Exactly.
But I was, in terms of video encoding, that card was, I was like it.
Yeah?
I mean, I thought it did quite
GTX
well.
770, you're happy with it? With the performance of a GTX 770?
I mean, I wasn't, encoding 4K or anything like that, but
What were you encoding?
Video clips, mostly acting clips or things like that. So audition clips.
Fix it in post, Mitch.
Yeah, is the little trouble there?
It's being slightly uncooperative, but it's just temporary.
Show the folks a 9-year card. Okay.
Is this card 9 years old?
Yeah, for 10 years old.
So here is the EVGA GTX 770.
Maybe somebody can chat and see how old that is.
Here's a part number.
I liked it.
Yeah, served you well, huh?
Served me well.
It's in good shape. You keep it well maintained. I'm impressed.
Now, Uncle Kerry, do you have a nice card for Mitchie?
You know, I've
That I
got
might
some
put in
spare
there?
graphics cards. My concern, though, is you're using a lot of of SATA ports. I'm looking at 2, 4, 6, 8 SATA connections on this. I don't know if my other board has that many.
Well, there's 2 mechanicals, 1 SSD. That's only 3.
And then two DVD drives. That's 5.
That's 5.
And then there's 2 more on top of that, which I don't know where they're going.
Oh, maybe no place. Well, we could disconnect certainly one of the Blu-ray players, so we don't need 2. I mean, so that would get rid of that.
Well, we're gonna have to figure out where all these are going.
Okay.
So regardless, what I'd like you to do is to start unplugging all of these SATA cables and this motherboard cable and all these cables across the bottom. That's your job. I just need you. Oh yeah, just get right in front of the camera perfectly so nobody can see anything.
Are these are straight? These
No,
are
no,
90
you're gonna
degrees.
push the little button in
Yeah.
and you're gonna slide it out.
Okay.
Push in, slide out, and do that with the rest of those. I really need to get a better camera angle.
Yeah.
You getting it?
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
take a look. Look at all those cables. How many you got there? Count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What is wrong with you? Why do you have 7?
Lucky 7. What's this? This has to come out?
Yeah, that's motherboard power. So that's coming off. And then we've got our front port headers. Those all come off. You've got 2 USB things here hooked up. What are the 2 USB things?
Oh.
Do you have 4 USB ports up
Yeah.
top? Oh, that's okay. That's cool. And then you've got front port audio. This is an old case. It has the old style AC97 header and the HD audio header, which is what they did while they were transferring from one, you know, as the technology was improving, they offered it for either.
Need some light?
No, I just need to get my hands in there to squeeze the connector. There it is. And then we're going to take the Mugen off. You see how easy this comes apart? God, I love the Mugen.
Yep. I don't want the folks to see my very old CPU, dual core or whatever.
Oh, we should have turned it on to figure out what it is.
Want to say on the chip?
Yeah, it'll stay on the chip. Oh my God, look at the size of that chip. Well, you got a real chip on your shoulder there.
We better get a close of it.
Let me get some, I'm gonna paper towel and wipe this extra. Man, whoever applied that thermal compound did a great job. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that was Uncle Kerry. All right.
Man, that guy knows what he's doing.
We'll switch inputs.
I will in just a moment. Let me just clean it up a little bit. There we go. Okay. And let's see. Oh, switching inputs. Yeah, so people can see. Oh, you know what? I think I unplugged you. Hold on, I gotta. You know, I have 4 inputs. I don't know why I insist on only using 2 of them. I thought it would be easier. Okay, let's try that again. Hey, there we go.
You folks want to see a real big chip?
Zoom that bad boy in there. Let's see what it says. I can't read it.
Can't read it.
You need to move on an angle. Change your angle. Core i7-40. Can you zoom in more?
Yeah.
I'll just hold it steady. Give it a chance to focus. Just back your zoom off just one little tad. Just pull the camera just a little bit away. Oh, Lyle found the boxes. Back the camera, zoom back a little bit more. There it goes. Core i7 4820K is what it looks like.
Who in the chat can tell me how old that is?
Core i7. Yeah, it looks like it's a 4820K. Wow. I feel like Indiana Jones. How's the system been running for you?
Good.
Really?
Good.
No complaints?
No, I mean, ever since you put the Uncle Kerry's optimizer, again, I never shut it off. So.
Oh, you leave it running?
Yep.
Okay. How long would you say that's been running continuously?
Since we swapped that out, which I couldn't tell you when.
Somewhere in our video library, it's in there though.
Yeah. So.
And it's dated, time stamped.
Yeah. I had a light bulb blow, which popped the circuit breaker in the bedroom where this and my birthday build is, so they did both turn off about 3 days ago.
So using an electric driver for screw removal, safe. Oh look, I even took the hole.
Oh.
So that's like an X99 level board here. That's a workstation board.
You don't say. I do say.
Would do so?
This was my second build. My first one was in a Cooler Master. What was that one with the handles? Cosmos. That's it.
Oh, you did a Cosmos, did
Yeah,
you?
Cosmos 2. I remember that case running me 175 biscuits, bongos, bananas. It was a lot.
I use cash.
Yeah, that was a lot. There was a lot of scratch for a cache, but it was like all steel, all aluminum, and I really liked the handles.
Well, how's it look now?
Good.
So when we take the board out, well, let's see, you got a fan plugged in there. When we take this board out, what are we going to do with this board? Any plans?
I don't know. Donate it. I mean,
You want to do a veteran giveaway with it?
veteran giveaway. I mean,
that's a heck of a.
If you think it's an okay board, if it's, I thought
It's
it was
a bit.
great.
It's a bit. Let's see what they said in the chat with regards to the age on this chip. If anybody, Core i7. This is from Sharon Idle. Quad core, 3.7 gigahertz, socket 2011, 130 watts, launched in 2013. That's Carl Wilson, Dr. Data. Thanks, guys, and
Thanks.
Sharon Wilson for the information.
How old is that? 2013?
7 years old. How old did you think it was?
About 9. Yeah.
It's old RAM too, Joel says. Well, that would make sense. DDR2 RAM, is that right?
Well, I had 4 sticks in there, and then you did a mem test and found one was bad.
I remember now. Yeah,
one
you
was
had some bad memory.
I was getting blue
I
screen.
totally forgot you had bad memory.
Yeah. So.
Did you see what I did there?
Yeah.
Just wasn't fun.
Now, now that you got the case open, would it be easy to swap out my lighted fan?
Oh, you want to get rid of it?
For my Noctua that I've got.
Yes. Yeah. Super easy.
Yeah. Why don't we do that?
The hell is that? Oh, you got something USB plugged
yeah,
in.
that's a 3. That's a 3.0 for up here. Isn't it? Yeah.
All right. So if we're gonna do that, let's turn this around. Is this the one we broke last time?
Yeah,
When I
so
say
that's-
we, see, I made it
Right,
sound
right.
like it was partly, it was entirely my fault. I can't help it.
Don't criticize my my cable management.
I got a
Okay.
lot of people scrutinizing me. You know what that's like?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I work with you, so
Right.
you have a pretty good idea.
Now, can that only fit a 120, or could that fit a 140 there?
Looks like only a 120 is going to fit here. Otherwise, you'd have other screws.
Did you, before you take it out, did you want to go around the corner and check the fan that I have for it?
Well, I've got other 120s.
Well,
if you
okay.
just want to get away from the lighted fan,
Yeah,
if what
I
you
mean-
brought is too big, I've got.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Noctua.
I mean, it won't be Noctua, but this is a Corsair. I'm sure I have another Corsair that'll be the size. And if I'm wrong, we can always put it back in. But it'll also make it easier to put the motherboard in and out with the fan out anyway. So it's all good all the way around. Well, you're gonna catch it. You got it?
Yep. Do I still have supple rubber grommets here?
I can't believe you just asked me that.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
What's wrong with you? Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah. Goodbye 3.0 cable.
Well, we can. What? 3.0 for what? I don't understand what this was for. Where do you have 3.0?
Up here, 1.
They give you one?
Yeah.
Just one.
Just 1.
But they take 2.
Okay.
No, wait, they're taking 1. They're just taking 1. I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid. Do you want that hook back up? Yeah, probably.
I don't want that motherboard anymore.
No, but that's part of the case.
Oh.
This
Then
is
ye-
part of
then-
your
then
case.
Yes, I would like that hooked up. So, if you don't mind, yeah.
Well, I do, but for you,
Okay. What I got.
For you.
What I got.
I wouldn't do that for just anybody.
Okay.
But you're special.
That's right.
Hmm? I just like doing this all day.
Okay. Yeah.
Like a guy on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Let's see. I cannot see a thing.
Aziz, light.
Aziz! Light.
What reference is that from? Chat? Mm-hmm.
They should know. It's like one of my favorite movies of all time. That is a big motherboard.
So it's bigger than ATX.
No, I think it's ATX.
Yes.
There is extended ATX or eATX, but I don't think. I mean, if it was going to be one, it would be a socket 2011 that would be eATX. It usually says on the board. This is an Asus X79 Deluxe. Can you see that on the camera? I mean, they made a big deal about it being UEFI and USB 3.0. And that should be a post. You'll notice I left the top left one on purpose. Because we have the case upright, when I take that last one out, the board's gonna want to fall. And I didn't want the last one being down here, and potentially if the board falls, it'll crack the circuit board from the weight of the board. Now in theory, there it goes. Very carefully, take that, set it down, put my driver down. Now normally I would grab it by the heatsink and take it out, but here we're just gonna grab the edges and we're gonna pull it back this way and then out. And there it is.
There's a blast from the past there, Chad. Look at all those nice ports on the back. Woohoo.
So it still works though.
Yep.
No problems,
Nope.
no issues.
Nope.
Money's well spent. Right?
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna put this board right up here for now. And I'm gonna go back into my office and find my dust-filled X470 from Gigabyte.
While I show the chat this beautiful Stormtrooper case. Yeah, at one point I did have 9 fans on this bad boy. Whenever I'd fire it up, it'd be like a wind tunnel.
So I originally, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, fire wire. You don't see that much anymore.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Are you serious? Let me show them the.
Hey, I live in a desert, man. What do you think I got the mask on for? Hold on, let me see. I got my little canned air. I can spray it. You know, in retrospect, I probably should have put that motherboard in the box instead of on the box.
Let me back away. Not towards me.
Come on.
The lens. Yeah.
It's just a little dust. Someday you and I will be that dust.
Okay.
Just saying. Yeah, see, this has 6 USB, 6 SATA ports, not 8.
Okay.
You got 6, but then you've got the 2 M.2s here.
Okay. But if you add the M.2, how am I gonna Acronis my SSD to the M.2?
Yep.
Do you know how to do that, Uncle Kerry?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't believe it. Please don't bend that one like I did. Mine. Ooh,
I don't know
snap
how
right
you.
in.
I don't know how you did it.
Oh, okay.
It's hard for me to do something when I don't know how you did it.
Did it.
You want to show me?
No, I didn't finesse. All right.
That's what a backplate looks like. Well, that's what it's supposed to look like.
Okay.
I'm like Banksy.
Does this one gonna need a post, plastic post? One of those snip offs that you do, or
No.
no? Mm.
Okay, CPU, which I set over here. We'll pick that up. All right, Mitch. Oh, stepping on a dog. We'll bring this up here. How are we doing on the angles?
Okay. You sure that doesn't look like dust? Pardon me, I have too much caffeine. All right.
You know what? It's okay.
Okay.
A little dust isn't gonna hurt you. When you have big dust bunnies that are insulating your system, we got a problem.
Did I have any when you opened it? That was clean as a hound's tooth. When you... Okay.
I'm sorry my servants haven't been available this week because of the coronavirus.
Okay.
So some of the regular house maintenance, the maid isn't getting done. I will talk with the housing staff about the cleanliness of the dusting and let them know that it is not up to par with Mitch's requirements.
Okay. Oh, now we need AMD brackets. So
we're going to take these out.
Those off first. Yeah. I brought the bag with the brackets. Goodbye, Intel.
Intel? What are you talking about, Intel? These are AMD brackets.
I was seeing if you were paying attention.
Well, I'm almost down to my last penny of paying attention.
Okay.
After that, I can't afford to pay any more attention. Now, see how the back plate is being held on by the weight of the motherboard sitting on it?
Gotcha.
When we had the motherboard in the case, I had to, it was kind of awkward.
Hand,
So if you have a choice when installing a third-party cooler, best to do it outside of the board.
Yeah.
Or with the board outside of the case, I mean.
Yeah. Okay. The bag is over around the corner.
Okay, let me just move these over.
In an EGA black bag.
So I see you got some RAM.
Yes, sir.
There's your fan. So let's see what fan you bought. This is a Noctua NFF12, 120 millimeter.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
That's what I should have. I should have had you order my fans.
Oh, okay.
Look, even the box is like the same size and everything.
Show the people. Yeah.
Show the people.
I think they sent me a 140, and I said, I'll hang on to it. I didn't send it back. I'm like, you can always do a 140.
Well, let's take a look. Yeah, that looks like a 120 to me. You can see the size difference.
Yeah, from yours, yeah. Definitely, yeah.
See?
Yeah. 140, 120, yeah.
Pull back the camera a bit so people can see them both in the same frame. Get an idea. They're so similar.
Right.
But, yeah.
Okay.
Let me organize my mess. So we can do this later.
Okay.
Let me move it. Just don't let me forget. Put it right back here. And so we've got the CPU, and now we got to put the brackets on, and you had the bag. Oh, you said it was in the EVGA bag? This is where you're keeping your spare parts? Aha! Oh, yeah, you got the back plate in here and everything. Wow. Good on you.
Thanks to you.
Well, but but people don't listen. I'm proud that you listened. All right.
Hey, when you live alone, I'm the master of my domain.
There's nobody to hear you scream.
King of the county.
Okay, so we need the two AMD brackets. And there should be a little baggie in here.
For the standoffs? Yeah.
There it is.
There they are.
Second time's a charm, right?
Yeah.
This should go like butter.
Yep. Are we having fun yet, chat? Are you learning a lot? I'm learning oodles and oodles. Did you know that? Oodles. Mm-hmm.
How much is an oodle? What exactly is that? What quantity does that
I
represent?
don't know. So you're putting the standoffs.
Well, these are like spacers, really.
They're spacers, really.
I mean, they might call them standoffs, but I'm calling them spacers because they just sit on top.
Right. Okay.
And then these little brackets, you see they've got 2 holes, right? It's like an elongated hole.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we want to use the inside one, and we go the length of the, it doesn't go on this way. Obviously, it won't fit. On Intel, it will fit.
Right.
But on AMD, you can only put it on this way. We don't want to go upside down.
Facing away, you want facing
Right.
towards the. Okay.
And then what I'm going to do, got to put the screwdriver in the right direction. Righties, tighties, lefties, loosies. In theory, that one should now line up.
Steady on that clutch.
Yeah, you're right. That clutch is set way high. What a difference. All right, same thing on the other side. How you doing on the camera angle there, Uncle Mitch?
Yeah.
It's good? Got a good view? Can people reach out and taste it?
Take a look, see. We still got 1,200 people watching. Thank you,
Why?
one and all, for sticking with us here on this fun Friday the 13th.
This friend of mine says, you know, I always wanted to start a YouTube channel. It's too late now. I go, it's not too late now. You could totally do it. He goes, well, he says, how do you get people to watch you? I go, you tell me.
We'll both
You're the
know.
one watching me.
Yeah, we'll both know. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why people watch me. I have no idea. It's because I'm so cool.
Were you able to clean that Mugen off with just a paper towel and get it that clean?
Yeah. Show the people.
I'm quite impressed.
Yeah, you should see what I can do with toilet paper.
Yeah, I figured that would have, we don't have any. All right, so there's a square to be had. Carrie's actually breaking into the fortune cookies. All right. So.
If I have one more fortune cookie,
Yeah. I need that slip
I'm going
of
to
paper.
have to use the restroom. That's the irony of the whole
I need
thing.
that slip of paper. All right.
So yeah, that's how easy that is to set up with the AMD. Now
Yeah.
that I've done it once, you saw how
Yeah.
fast the second time was?
Well, like you said, you just got to mount it on the box to keep the back plate going, and boom.
And then in theory,
Yeah.
we'll be able to put that on there. I don't
You wanna
want to
put
do
the-
it right
You want to
now.
put that on or the new RAM?
Well, I just wanted to dry fit it to make sure we're going to be okay, that it lines up like it should. Yeah, that's how it's going to line
Oh,
up.
you got plenty of room for the RAM.
Lots of room.
for the RAM.
But
yeah.
my concern is being able to plug this in,
Right.
right? With this in the way.
Gotcha.
So we can put this on after we mount the motherboard, so I have access to this.
that.
Is there a fan header over there? And there's a fan header, so we can plug your rear case fan, the one we're going to replace.
Okay.
And we want to do
there.
that before we put this on, or we're never going to be able to reach up in there.
Gotcha.
Make sense? And as for the RAM, I mean, we can do that now. We can do it later.
Doesn't matter. I don't know what slots. I didn't.
I because of the way the board, normally when I mount a motherboard in the case, I like to grab it by the heatsink. So I have to be careful how I handle this board. I'm going to grab it up here, and I'm going to grab it at the edge. And I don't want the RAM to get in the way.
Right, okay.
So I think I'm going to leave the RAM out.
You got to set the case.
Now,
outside.
what about, we're putting an SSD in here, though, aren't we?
I guess, yeah.
What are you pointing at?
The SSD that you were going to put in.
No, that's the one that's in the streamer.
Oh.
Don't you wish you were going to get one of those?
Oh, okay. All right.
No, I've got one for you, though.
SATA? Yeah.
I got one for you.
Oh,
I got something just for you.
okay.
It is your lucky day. Did you know Friday the 13th would be your lucky day?
I did not know that. That is a huge heat sink, yes. It keeps it whisper quiet.
You're going to be a tester for me
Okay.
with this. I bought this to test the performance of it. This is the AdLink 2 terabyte drive that sells for almost half what the Samsung 970 Evo Plus sells for. and runs at darn near the same speeds. But is it reliable? Well, since you run this thing constantly,
Okay, we'll try.
and since you and I talk from time to time,
Yeah.
you can report back to me with regards to, you know, if you have any problems or issues. I think it's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make it dramatic. Now, we don't have any software like Samsung Magician. We don't have any
Okay.
NVMe driver specific, so it's not quite as feature rich, but it'll get it.
Yeah. I mean,
As far as,
better than solid state drive.
well, it is a solid state drive,
Right.
but it's better than a SATA solid state drive, and it's better than the Intel 660. It's faster than that. It's a little bit more money than it, but it's nearly twice as fast, but not twice the price.
Is it the standard length or shorter? Is it
Yeah,
the regular
they're all
Stipagon
2280s.
on an angle?
Mm-hmm.
Diving board? Isn't that amazing that you can install something like that fast? Was there tape on the back of that?
Yeah, I'd already removed it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
probably dusty. You know I'm going to blame you for that
Yeah,
next
of
time I
course,
see
yeah,
it. I'm going to forget all about this. Be like,
Yeah.
geez, Mitch, you live in a
didn't-
sandbox?
Yeah, you didn't remove the tape. All right.
No, because it had a drive in it.
Ah, gotcha.
And then I said something's wrong with this, and then I bought the Asus board, and I put this on the shelf, and then I had the same problem with the Asus board.
Yeah.
There's definitely going to be BIOS updates for this. This has been
Right.
sitting for probably a year
Okay.
or more.
Okay.
So yeah, there's going to be some massive updates to this. Geez, I hope it recognizes that chip. I just thought of that. Well, we'll find out.
Live and unscripted.
Yeah, why not? What do you got?
Yeah.
Got nothing else better to do today.
Yeah. Now, are you going to put it in the case?
You want your documentation?
I'll live dangerously without it.
Yeah, if you're looking for a fast solid state drive and you don't need the utilities and you don't need the specialized driver that Intel and Samsung provide, this goes faster than the Intel 660p and 665p by nearly twice, and it sells for about $50 more. The nearest, A-Data's got one too. The XPG A-Data also has one. This is from a company called AdLink. And just do some searching on Google or whatever and see what other people are saying. Read the reviews, and just know it's sort of a basic performance drive.
Okay.
It's not a cheap drive. It's not an expensive drive, but value for performance, it's seems like a really good deal.
Okay.
And if anybody's got experience with AdLink and you want to share that in the chat room, let us know what you think with your hands-on experience if you've worked with them before.
Time to put the Stormtrooper on its side.
So we're done, I suppose, with these two bags, right? We're done with that. Oh, wait a minute. You probably... There's no thermal compound in your bag, Mitch. There's two Mugen 5 bags in here.
Mm-hmm. You put one on a birthday build last year.
Oh.
Remember that?
But what did you do with the thermal compound?
I don't know. I mean, I figured the bag was a bag. I mean,
Okay.
That's right. I paid $12 for a big
yeah,
tube. We used it, and then you said, "You give me that. You give me the rest of that."
I've got it.
Remember that? Yeah.
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 You got me.
You're like, Mitch, why did you spend $12 on thermal compound? And I said, because I wanted to. And you're like, you're a coconut, so.
So yeah, we'll use some of this right here. This is really good bang for the buck.
Shazam. All right.
Okay, so that'll go on a little bit later. And, oh, you know what? Let me put your AM4 brackets in a bag too. Just in case you decide you want to use that Wraith cooler. You can take that Wraith cooler home with you. It's a bonus. It's your,
Okay.
what do you call that on the game show? When you lose, what do they call it? Your parting prize?
Consolation gift. Mm.
Yeah, your consolation prize
Yeah.
is a Wraith cooler.
Wraith.
What do I do with it?
It's around here.
Oh, this is it right here. I'm gonna put this and this.
Okay.
These two things go together.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it over here with your stuff. All right. Wow. You got a whole lot of stuff happening in here. Now see, this one has two USB 3.0 headers on it, right here.
Mm.
Oh, I am way off. This is kind of hard to do when you're short. Been to any concerts lately, Mitch?
The Doobie Brothers, Vegas.
Oh, how was that?
It was good, except that we thought Michael McDonald was joining them on that Vegas show, and
But nobody told Michael?
and he's not until later in the year. So boy, I'm sure glad I
What's
bought it.
Michael got going on in his life that he's too busy?
Well, it's their 50th anniversary.
And
He just thought he would join them for
one show?
No, April through the end of the year. So I've got a ticket to see him here in Phoenix in October with the three original guys and Michael McDonald. So, but the Vegas show was great at the Venetian.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen a show there.
Great venue, sound is to die for, and
Yeah.
good
And
show.
the guy that they had singing the Michael McDonald version, was that a new guy? That was
no, older guy.
it was a band member
Yep,
doing Michael McDonald singing?
just for taking it to the streets.
And what about after he took it to the streets?
Then all the older stuff with the.
Oh, he wouldn't have done any of his singles,
With the
like I
old-
Keep Forgetting and stuff like
Yeah.
that, because that wasn't with the Doobie Brothers. That
No.
was him solo.
So
I wonder if he would do those with the Doobie Brothers if he was there.
probably not, because he's got enough hits when he was the lead singer.
You think?
Yeah.
I can only think of two. Real Love, and I Keep Forgetting.
Taking it to the streets.
But that wasn't him, that's Doobies. I'm thinking of just him.
Oh, Michael McDonald, yeah.
Yeah.
He did a song for a movie called Running Scared with Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines called Sweet Freedom. That was a pretty big hit.
Yeah. Well, you and I will debate on what the definition of good is, but
Yeah.
okay.
Then he did a duet with Patti
LaBelle
LaBelle
on the same
on
album.
on my own.
He did it with her, and it's called On My Own.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's ironic because they
Yeah.
did it together.
Yeah.
So
How many screws does this have? 9?
same exact
Same 9,
8, and in the post.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to check the torque setting. Since I don't normally use that screwdriver, boy, that seems just perfect.
Yeah.
Perfecto.
And then you said that there's some cables that you want to do in the upper corner. You want to get those attached then?
Yeah, I already
before
attached power,
Gotcha.
but the rear case fan,
Okay,
we need to put that on.
gotcha.
I'm not going to check the rest of the screws, they're fine. Oh, jeez, oh man.
I even think that case ran the 175 bananas way back then, 7 years ago.
I want to know where you're shopping where they take bananas.
Yeah.
It's because
Shekels, man. Biscuits, bongos. All right. Okay.
speak English. All right, case fan. That's what I want to do, case fan.
And I don't need any of those pretty colored corners. Seems kind of dumb to me. But...
Well, I think you need to put one on for vibration,
Oh, okay.
or at least it'd be advisable to for that reason. I think.
Okay.
Oops, they all just spilled out. See, what they do is they put each of them on display.
Okay.
Then there's a box in the back that actually has them in there.
Oh, okay.
So we'll just go with black, huh?
Yeah.
So your next concert is what?
Nothing really. About a month ago.
Haven't heard of them.
About a month ago, I saw Alan Parsons. That was great.
Again.
Yeah, well now that Toto retired.
No, you just go over their house.
Yeah.
Just like, come on over, Mitch. We're gonna have a jam session. You're like, I can't. I'm filming with Carrie.
Whenever I want to see him now, I call them up and they come over and play in my garage. But now I'm on the lighting crew. It's me and the headlights of my car.
That's low budget.
On off. On
But
off.
bump. Don't worry, folks. He's here all week. Tip your waiters and waitresses. Be sure and try the lobster.
Yeah, the veal. All right.
Oh, it's the veal.
Yeah.
That's politically incorrect now.
Yeah.
Be sure and try the plant-based.
Yeah, soy-based.
Our new plant-based salad. Now with more plant.
I haven't had that Burger King non-hamburger burger yet.
Yeah, it tastes exactly like it sounds.
Yeah.
Tastes just like a non-hamburger.
Okay.
You go, what is this? It's plant-based hamburger.
Plant-based. I'm like,
Well, didn't a cow eat a plant? Well, it's plant-based too then.
yeah.
It's not funny, Carrie. Yeah, it is.
You know, those fans aren't cheap. I'll give you that.
No, Noctua fans are not
But in terms of whisper,
budget friendly.
But in terms of whisper quiet.
So what they're giving you in here is all the rest of the different colors.
Yeah.
And it's really just 4 of each color. So you're only supposed to do one side, the side you're going to see.
Okay.
Right? Or in this case, the side the screws are going to prevent the vibration against the case from, you know, that kind of thing. And then they give you 4 more fan screws, which we don't need because we're going to use the same screws that was already in there.
Keep them, they're yours.
Well, I was just going to put this back like this. And now that it's all perfect, I'll just put it right over there. So again, we want this part is the part that's going to be blowing air out. So I have completely put those on the wrong side. So I need to take these off and do it again. Because
Take 2.
I wasn't paying attention. Because, you know, I was paying attention earlier.
Yeah.
And I can only pay attention to one thing at a time. I'm not a multitasker. I'm a unitasker.
Before we sign off, are you going to reveal your face?
No. I want people to wonder who I am.
Oh, okay.
I'm like Daft Punk.
Okay.
See ya. You're gonna let people see your face? Oh wait, that is your face.
That is
Sorry.
yeah. No mask.
Oh, somebody in the chat said I should be putting these on the other side. Well, thanks for telling me after I did it. No, they told me before. I just wasn't paying attention. Let's see.
There's the little streamer, guys, in the corner.
The little streamer.
Been working good today, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean that thing is like I had no idea.
I'm rock solid. I'm
maybe
impressed.
maybe I'll just leave it there. Maybe that'll be the new streamer.
It's quiet. I'll give you that.
It's dead quiet.
Quiet. So.
But on the other hand, it's going to suck to edit videos with that built-in graphics
with a
card.
built-in, you can't. You know.
But it's nice to have a backup. It's nice to know that
absolutely in a pinch. Yeah.
I mean, we got look at 0 dropped frames.
Yeah.
We've been live 2 hours and 46 minutes, and it's utilizing. Normally, it says like on the main computer, it says CPU utilization is like 0.7. So not even 1% of CPU utilization on this. It's 23% CPU utilization. Even still, that's not hard work, but it's working 23 times harder than the other streamer.
Yeah,
the CPU is.
Well, it's always good.
But the CPU is providing the graphics too.
Always good. Always good to have a backup.
Mm-hmm. There we go. See?
Okay.
All nice and pretty. I feel pretty. Where's my? Here it is.
You got that other cable in the way?
Probably. Definitely. You're just trying to make this hard on me on purpose. Now you're doing it on purpose. Pretty sure.
Are you, once you get that mounted, are you going to be able to install the cable up there?
Yeah.
That room up there?
Mm-hmm.
I think those fans are like $28.
Yeah, they're making money.
It doesn't have ball bearings.
Companies love enthusiasts.
It spins on magnetics, or there's no moving parts, or I don't know, something. You know.
Is it maglev?
Yeah, maglev. I mean, I'm like, I'll take it.
You're like, shut up and take my money.
Yeah.
I'm an enthusiast. Take my money.
Please.
I insist on it. I don't care about return on investment. I care about what's cool, because I'm an end user and not a corporation. Sorry, was I just insulting everybody watching my channel? I don't mean to. I'm just saying be practical. Well, if you're practical, then you're old. You should waste money like a young person does. Otherwise, you're old. Boomer. There you are talking about return on investment.
I want that fan to last another 9 years.
Wow, that's like twice my age. What do you say? Does that look like it's on? That looks pretty good. And yeah, what we can do, we can plug it in. There's a fan here,
okay.
Or there's one up here. So, I don't know. What do you think?
Right there is good. Good.
You just want to put it there, or you want to run it up here?
Your call.
I kind of feel like we could hide it better. I don't know. It's your call, man. Like, it can go like this. Wait. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Barely even see it.
Okay.
And then this one, this is your USB 3 that you just run back here, which you can plug in right there.
Okay.
See what I did?
Yeah. Okay.
And then, what else do we have to do? Just, I guess, put the cooler on.
CPU and RAM.
And then we've got the front port umbilicals here.
Graphics card, if you got one.
Oh, wait a minute. This is all cable tied. Is that going to fit? Or will I have to recable it? Am I going to be lucky or no? Look at this. Like, it's pretty darn near close to already to, oh, spoke too soon. This is a fan that can go, look at this. Look at this, Mitch. Huh. Look at that. The cable management is almost exactly the same. Let's see. Is this the hard drive? Yep. So the hard drive goes down here, like so. What's this? Reset's going to go right next to that. This one might be a little bit tight. Is this one positive or negative? That's the positive one. I can't believe how lucky we just got. That's crazy. That's totally crazy.
Yeah, that would never normally happen.
Two completely different systems, two entirely different systems,
And boom.
and the cable management was lined up spot on. And you're not, and I needed two of these, and you're not even using one of these USB 3.0s.
Okay.
The irony is killing me.
Yeah.
Now you've got two mechanicals. Where's your SSD?
Right here.
So you've got a total of 5. I want to find out why we've got so many USB SATA, connectors. You're killing me over here with these SATA connectors, Mitch. 1, 2. Here's one going nowhere.
Okay.
Here's one going nowhere.
Okay.
I have some spare parts for you.
Okay.
I'm going to put them away. I don't feel as intimidated without all the wires. I'm 2 wires less intimidated. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Much better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That makes sense now. Okay. I guess we can put the cooler on, huh? Let me get my Q-tips and rubbing alcohol. We'll get this cleaned up and ready for thermal application. How's your hand? You sore yet?
Yeah.
Hey, being a camera operator, people think it's easy. But you've got to do nothing for hours, and that's hard work.
Yeah.
Aziz! So I'm using denatured alcohol and a Q-tip. Some people like to use a coffee filter. you know, technology. This is consumer-based tech, so it's not the same kind of thing that NASA or Elon Musk needs at SpaceX. You know what I mean? With regards to some of the fine details people like to get into on the internet is a little overkill, to say the least. But we really want to clean that surface of any contamination, which is dust, fingerprints, skin, oil from your skin. We want to avoid, you know, scuffing it or denting it or scratching it. Not that that will make a big difference in the performance, but it will affect it slightly. So if you were to touch this, lick it, put it on there, it'll still work. It just won't work quite as well, but pretty darn near close. And for a lot of people on the internet, if it runs 1/10 of 1 degree cooler and they spent $25 and 6 hours of their time to do it, they're like, totally worth it. I'm not one of those guys, for the record. I'll make that clear.
Time for another glove.
Yeah, I've got some thermal compound jammed up in here, which is bothering me.
You did it.
Yeah, I know. That's all me. I don't know how it got in there, though. It's like in between the pipes. See, that side's nice and clean. Oh, and look what I just did. You should see me wash my car with Q-tips and rub alcohol. It takes a while.
You can't even find rubbing alcohol on the shelves.
No?
Nope.
How come?
It's gone.
Why?
You know why. C19, baby.
Well, that'll cure it.
Yeah.
I don't know why the scientists haven't figured that out. I couldn't even find a first aid kit.
You know, I clean my car windshield with rubbing alcohol. Man, does that work great.
Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about that.
To get all that road film.
I think you have bugs connecting to your windshield on purpose for the alcohol. They're there for the drinks.
Yeah.
Have you been on that guy's windshield? I got a buzz. See, he's a fly and he buzzes.
Yeah.
Never mind. This is gold, Mitch. It's gold. It's comedy gold. Totally wasted on you. I need to find somebody with a sense of humor. Do you know anybody?
Time for the glove.
Where's the, oh. I don't know. Does that look clean? I think it looks pretty clean.
Yeah.
You want to touch it up a little bit?
No.
You okay? All right. Two systems in one day, man. We're getting ambitious. Here we go.
How old's that compound you're going to use?
Let me put it to you this way. It's made by RCA. Sorry, that's the best I could come up with on short notice.
Yeah.
This is probably about, I probably had it a year, maybe.
Doesn't go bad, right? As long
Yeah,
as you take the cap out.
well, you'll know, because it won't come out of the tube. It'll just be like a solid goop. Or it'll be like water. And if it's all runny, don't use it. And if it's solid and it doesn't spread, don't use it. Just wipe it clean and throw it away. You know, you've seen me do that. I've done it on past video where I went to use it and it was so old it wouldn't spread. And then what I have to do is re-clean the CPU again, wipe it clean, throw that tube away, which sucks. It's like throwing away money. I don't know, how's that look? Zoom in on that, please. I think it looks pretty darn good if you ask me.
Yep.
That is the Holzman method.
And now
I'm going to have to lay this flat.
yeah.
I want to turn the rest of these by hand. There we go. That looks pretty good.
Okay.
Do you concur?
I do. Indubitably. All right. So now the fan goes on.
Well, now I think I put the RAM in.
Oh, okay.
Let's take a look here one more time. Sockets 1 and 2 are going to be, where are they? Right up, what does it say? So CPU fan, see how the CPU fan's a different color on Gigabyte. So yeah, so we're going to use the top one for the CPU fan. And as far as the DIMM sockets, we got 2 memory modules. You've provided your own memory today, so I'm not responsible if it's not compatible or doesn't work.
Okay.
Disclaimer.
216
It's
gigs.
not going to be because the board was sitting out dusty for the last 14 months. 2 sticks of 16 is what you got?
Yep.
Somewhere on this board, doesn't it have the DIMM numbers? It's Gigabyte, it doesn't really matter. Oh, they're up here. So 1 and 2 is this one and this one.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I'll put the fan on next. Are we going to get lucky? Well, the cable management shouldn't be that picky with the fan. Are you seeing this?
Yep.
Good. Could you tell me what's going on? Because I can't see a darn thing. Okay, that's good. How we looking?
Good, good.
Yeah? What do we got for RAM? We got G-Skills, Rip Jaws. The Rip Jaws. Look at all the dust on here, Mitch. Come on, man. Have a little pride.
What is it, 39, 38, 36? DDR4 3600.
36.
Will it work? What do you say, Dr. Carey?
I think it's be fine. I like G-Skill RAM. Except when it doesn't work. Then I'm not so much a fan. Hey, you got to go faster sticker right here. That's what you want if you want to go 10% faster.
Yeah.
That's $80 for the RAM and $15.99 for the sticker. You ever seen a NASCAR race with a car with no stickers on it?
No.
Because they go slower. Can't run a race without stickers. I'm going to leave all this stuff unplugged. What do you say there? Is it up to your level of satisfaction?
I reckon.
Okay, so you got a GTX 770. Let me see what I got in the back room. See if we got anything better than that we can put in there. Oh my goodness, what is this? Here is a GTX 960. It's a little dusty. Does this come with a letter? This may have been sent by a viewer, or this may be why I kept the letter. Well, if this in fact came from J.B. Frank, it's finally being used. See, when people mail stuff to me, oh, by the way, I've got 20 more computers for the Veterans giveaways, thanks to a viewer who had a bunch of these small form factor HPs. And so I'm finally going through all the solid state drives that were sent in by Wayne Lawrence sent in some solid state drives. John Craig sent some solid state drives. And so far, I got 5 of them prepped and ready to give away. And we're going to do that here real soon.
Nice.
So that's going to be a step up from a 770. Unless, of course, you want to keep the 770.
When it comes to a graphic card, I don't know one from the other. So whatever you think.
Well,
This.
Man, this thing was really almost like new. Look at that. What do you think of that? It's like brand new.
Sweet. Mm.
I mean, I want to shove it down your throat.
No, I'll take it.
Oh, okay. Make sure that's in the open position. Well, that was too easy. Look, just one power connector. That's it.
Did you connect the front fan?
No, I don't think I did. Oh yeah, what's this right here?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't hooked up any of your drives, but at
No,
this point, I don't want to. I want
Right.
to see if we can boot. So it's time to do our smoke test.
Okay. Let's go back to camera.
And no, wait a minute. I think you should put this over your bed at home. I think a man your age should have this over your bed.
Will it work with a black light? I'll put it right next to my lava lamp. Okay.
I would think you were joking, but I'm not so sure.
Carrie hasn't been to my home yet.
No, I've never been to your house. For some reason, he doesn't invite me over. I can't imagine why that is.
To watch a movie in my screening room.
Yeah, that's how it starts.
120-inch rear projector, 9.1 surround sound. So why don't we switch to camera 1?
All right, we're going to switch to camera 1. You're ready? Camera, whoops. Camera, whoops. Camera 1. Okay, we're on camera 1. And I'll just pull this back a little bit. Look at that mess, folks. Okay, now.
Smoke test?
It is time for the smoke test.
I'm very nervous. Okay.
Are you?
Yeah.
This board hasn't been fired up in a long time. I mean, this thing, I got to tell you, it was starting to grow barnacles.
So guys and gals, this truly will be a smoke test. Look at this, gang. We're hip, deep, and beautiful graphics cards here. Wow.
One day you don't have a graphics card, and now you're up to your head in them. Up to your head? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Don't judge me. Let's see. Let's go HDMI here. I got to put a little blocker in that one so you don't use it by mistake. Let me go get one of my little blockers.
Enjoying the stream, chat? It's a good time working on 2 machines today. 2 for 1 on Lucky Friday the 13th. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Bet they both work.
I just like to put the little plug in, the little dust cover,
otherwise,
because you know, I don't cover anything else up for just dust, just that.
Now, you need a different keyboard and mouse, or
Well, if I push this back like that, I can use this keyboard and mouse here. Okay, so now the tricky part is going to be finding out which one is input 2. So I think I'll just switch inputs. Hold on a minute. Okay, so now we're on input 2. So we'll take camera 1, and we'll slide that right over there. Okay, so now this is the computer. Am I turning it on, or are you going to turn it on?
you're going to turn it on. I'm going to keep my
You're going to
fingers
stand distance? You got your eye protection on?
Yes.
You got your cup on? You know, you never know. There's a switch on here to turn it on somewhere. Where is it?
Power.
Do it. Oh, I see fans turning. Front fan, rear fan, CPU fan, turning, turning, turning.
I don't believe it.
But graphics card's lit up. No, that's not the graphics card. It's a motherboard. Motherboard's lit up.
But be patient. People aren't, Rear fan lit? Or not lit, spinning? Rear.
Yes. It's so quiet you can't tell. Uh-oh, something's happening. That is an old BIOS. That's exactly what we wanted to see. I want to know what version of BIOS we have, because it's got to be old. It's got to be.
What do you got to look up? The X470Z Aorus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ultra gaming.
Escape. BIOS.
So BIOS is F3 from August.
8/8 of 2018.
So it's only 2.5 years old.
Okay.
Such a nice friend to give you such new stuff.
Yeah. So what do? You go online and.
So what we'll do is we'll go to the streamer here, and we will browse for.
Aorus.
I will type in right here on the side of the box. It says X470, and then it's AORUS Ultra Gaming. And the first link that Google offers takes us to gigabyte.com, and I will click on support. and then I will click on BIOS. The latest BIOS version, there have been 11 BIOSes. It's on F50. You're on what version? F3?
3.
We're about 47 versions behind. So, you know, I mean, overall, in the scheme of things, before updating this new version, you must follow the steps as detailed under F40. F40 says, due to the BIOS ROM, no Bristol Ridge or APU support. Do you have to have F40 to go to F50? Under the F40 description. So I think we have to update to F40 first. Well, let's see what happens if we don't. I'm going to grab F40 just to have it.
Okay.
It says, wait, it says see description. Where's the description? You've got like F3. You've got like the second BIOS that was ever released. So in all fairness, you're not really 47 versions. They went from F6 to F30.
Oh.
They jumped like that. It's saying due to BIOS limitations that the APU support is lost. You must follow the steps as detailed under the F40 description. See description. I don't see a description. Well, you know what? I'm just going to go for it.
Try the 50.
If it says that the BIOS isn't valid, that means that we have to have a newer BIOS. That's how you know. Let's take a look. So right now I'm copying the BIOS to a flash drive, and I'm using the streaming computer, which is why you guys can't see it. And let's just see what happens.
Are you feeling lucky?
Well, I mean, it's only Friday the 13th. What's the worst that could happen? Did I turn it off? What happened to the BIOS? Fans are running. Why is the screen not displaying anything?
Did you unplug the streamer?
Oh,
Oh, there.
it's. I guess it's just a delay in the feed. What's going on with my feed?
Okay.
Let me refresh. Oh, it's showing me an ad. It's showing me an ad.
Okay.
I'm the guy.
Yeah. F3.
Okay, you know what? So I got the flash drive in there,
Okay.
right? So let's try QFlash, update BIOS. There's F50 right there. I'm going to dump camera 1 so we can see the whole screen. Let's see what it says. Invalid BIOS image. So that suggests that we must use a prior version when this happens, which is pretty unusual, but I'm glad we're able to show a real example of that.
Okay. So we got to do F40 first.
So apparently that's what it's trying to tell us with the other message, was to follow the description. What they meant was apparently that. So what I'll do is I'll turn the machine, well, I don't know, I guess I can just unplug this. What's the worst that'll happen? I'll plug back in the streamer.
Grab F40, I guess.
Yeah, I've already grabbed it, so I just have to copy it. Should be in my downloads. Yeah, there's 40 right there. This is unusual because normally I would tell you just get the latest.
Yeah.
And I've only seen this with AMD boards. I've not seen Intel boards do this, but you know, again, it doesn't make it inferior. It's just different. And don't be concerned that different is bad. Different is just different. I need this to refresh. Yeah, it's not going to refresh. So I'm going to turn it off. Just hold the power button in until it shuts off. Now I'm going to turn it back on. We'll go back in the BIOS. And then we're going to go to Q Flash. Whoops. Whoops. Come on. This is for our worldwide viewers to follow along. Whoops. Q Flash. Update. Let's do F40. Invalid. Wow. Okay. So we're going to have to go back even earlier than that. Holy smokes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to turn the, hold on, we'll just leave it there for a moment. I'm going to unplug it from here. They're probably telling me in the chat room and I can't see it right now. They're probably saying, you have to put this one up first.
No, I'm watching the chat, yeah.
You're not seeing anything?
No.
Nobody's saying nothing, huh? Well, let's go to F30. We'll go back to F30. And let's extract that. Should I get F6 while I'm here, just for the hell of it?
I just, because you're here, yeah.
I mean, this is very different from the routine that people are accustomed to watching.
But it's interesting.
Well, it's something. Okay, so now I have 4 different BIOS versions for this motherboard on here. Plug that back in, turn this back off, or you know, we'll just reset it. Q Flash. Update. So we try F30 first.
Let's try.
Oh, look at that.
So that is F30.
Yeah, and then we'll go to F40, because well, we can try F50 after this,
After the 30?
but it's probably going to tell us it's an invalid BIOS file.
I'd do 40 and
So,
just go up to 50.
well, no, we'll just try it and see what happens.
yeah.
I want people to see the error and know what it
Absolutely.
means. Oh, there's Sharon Idle says F31 to F40 to F50. Oh, I see Wayne Lawrence joining us in the chat. Yeah, so Wayne sent in, geez, it's probably been a couple months, sent in a couple of 240 gig SSDs.
Nice.
And I'm putting those, I'm taking the 500 gig mechanical drives out of these HP small form factor computers. And I've got 5 of them done so far. And I think Wayne sent in like 3, and then John Craig sent in like 10. He sent in some crucial SSDs. And then I'm gonna run out of those FenLink adapters, so I just ordered 20 more FenLink adapters because these HPs, when you take the 3.5-inch hard drive out, you need special screws to put the 2.5-inch in.
Oh.
So I used the FenLink adapter. So I spent $200 for FenLink adapters, but I'm getting 20 of them, so you know.
You're going to make a lot of veterans very happy.
I hope so. I hope that people, you know, that it helps people. And so if you guys are veterans, or if you know people that are veterans, if you are, you're going to have to nominate yourself. This is not for friends. This is not for family. This is for you personally. So if you are a disabled American veteran or a veteran on a very limited income, these are not rocket ship computers. This is nothing to get too excited over, but it may be better than what you have at home. And as long as you're in the United States, there's no cost to you. There's no guarantees and there's no promises, but they're all pre-configured with the Windows 10 Pro activated with, some have 4 gigs of RAM, some have 8 gigs of RAM, 240 gigs solid state drive in most of them. And
Surfing the web, checking.
they're like, Pentium G 3220 or Core i5. They're good office work type machines. They're not gaming computers, but they're fast, relatively fast. They're secure, unlike older hardware, and hopefully they'll help some people out. So know that that's coming up very, very soon. We're going to be doing that. That all happens live, and the way that works is you will come into the live chat and you will nominate yourself. You'll tell us, how you would benefit from having it, and then the other members of the chat vote on who they think should have it. And if we have a tie, or if we have 2-3 people that really seem like they would benefit, then we'll just do all 3. We'll say, okay, all 3 of you will get it. And then the way we avoid fraud is I talk to them on the phone. I need the verification that I'm not dealing with somebody just trying to get a free computer, that this is a real person that has the ability to prove their military status, and that's it. It's real super easy.
So this is BIOS 30 that we're going first.
Yeah, we're going from 3 to 30.
Because some of the chat is
Well, you can see on the screen on the left it says BIOS version F3 at the top left, and then in the middle left it says update BIOS to F30.
So you don't have to go. The chat saying you have to do F31.
Oh, we might have to, but that's okay.
And then up to 40.
Yeah,
that's
we'll find out.
Yeah. I don't see why you can't go from 30 to 40, but
I don't know either. But sometimes there's a reason. But we're going to try it and see what happens. Yeah. So I'm not touching anything. The system has shut itself off. It's turning itself back on right now. William Lynn is saying that he's reading F31 before F40 as well. Okay. I don't recall seeing an F31, but what the heck? I mean, I enjoy flashing the BIOS. I'll do it all day. Usually, if the BIOS allows you to flash, you're good to go. If it doesn't, then you're forced. In other words, if in fact you require F31, then F40 simply won't allow. It'll say invalid BIOS file. So we can try it either way. But since everybody seems to be in agreement that we need F31, let me shut this off. Well, you know what? We'll just leave it here for a minute. We'll borrow the flash drive. And let me take a look here. You guys will have to just bear with me here for a minute on the, I got to use the streamer. There's F31 right there. So let me grab that real quick. That's the most BIOSes I've ever downloaded for one motherboard. This is why it's not a toaster. It's not an appliance. You can't take an old computer off a shelf and start using it. There are a significant number of updates that come out that are there for your security, for compatibility, and for performance. And so if you have a computer that you've been, you've had in a closet, and you take it out like, oh, I guess I'll start using this, you need to update it before you start utilizing it. And you may spend hours and hours and hours just doing updates. It's not a toaster. Okay, we're gonna hit reset on here. Delete, delete, delete. Did I miss it? I missed it. I can also hit End. That would take me right to the QFlash utility, the END key. QFlash. update BIOS. Let's do 31, huh? Press start. And here we go.
Boy, those dogs know when it's 5 o'clock.
Oh, they do, don't they?
They sure do.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah. I'm so peckish.
Peckish. I don't think that's the word he's using.
No.
Thank you to those of you in the chat room that are helping. I appreciate your help. William Lynn and Sharon Idle and everybody whose names who've helped that I haven't seen. Thank you for snuffing out those bots. I appreciate that.
We'll get to the shout outs here at the end of the show, which will be coming up. I got a question for you, Kerry.
Yeah.
Could we, since on my SSD is just kind of, I think, basically the Windows 10 Pro, to Acronis it over to the NVMe now, are you thinking an hour, 3 hours? I mean,
How full is it?
It's just the operating system, is all it is.
Do you have any programs or?
If I do,
because I can do a clean install.
I'd rather have you clone it if you can.
Okay.
But
if it's 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just over dinner. Some of the old times it used to be 3-4 hours. To do that.
Yeah.
If you went from a mechanical to an SSD and
depending on how old the mechanical was, how fast your computer was, how much RAM it was, and how much data you were moving, and what sort of transfer you were doing. Like, were you going through USB 2? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we're going from SATA to NVMe, and we're just doing the OS, which is like 30 gigs. It's probably 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, what do you feel like eating tonight? I got a hankering for wings. I don't know why, but something about wings, man. I'm like, whether they're boneless or little drumsticks or something. I haven't had wings. Mitch, bedtime. I may be old, but I'm not that old. Ramon. I'm a lot older than Kerry, but
You're way older.
Yeah.
You're like so old.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But Chad, I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but I will say, again, if life was a game of golf, I've just driven off the 18th tee. That's all I'm going to say.
And if I knew golf, that would be hilarious. I have trouble just getting it through the windmill.
Yeah.
Really, that's the tough part for me. Wings, huh? I'm trying to think where we could go for some good wings.
I mean, you took me to the one place. It's a drive, but that was kind of nice. Was it the Turkish place or the foreign people that made the wings? I mean,
oh no, that's not. That's just right down the street. The Albanians.
Yeah, the Albanians.
Yeah, they're right down the street. You know what? It's kind of hit and miss. Sometimes I go there and it's great, and sometimes I go there and it's just like
it's not
really
good,
greasy, or maybe I'm just not in the mood for the grease.
Right.
I don't know. Super nice people. I really like those people.
Yeah, I like
All right.
You probably had pizza this week.
Duh.
Grimaldi's, yeah.
I went to Malnati's.
We going to 40? F40?
Yeah, we're going to do F40 now. See right there, it says F31.
Yeah.
You see right here, it says F40.
I'll bet it would take F50, but if the
Remember before it said it was an invalid file?
Yeah, but if the
now it doesn't say it's an invalid file anymore.
And that was interesting to watch.
Yeah,
very interesting.
That shows that we had the right file, but we had to have this is very rare, but it does happen. And it'll especially happen if you've never updated your BIOS, like this motherboard has been sitting with that same BIOS.
Well, when it was shipped, probably. I don't think you
updated
it. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, even if I updated it
once.
That was back when I updated the streamer. And do you hear how quiet the system is?
Yeah.
So you got an updated graphics card, updated processor, new RAM.
Do we have to turn on in order to take advantage of the XMP?
Yeah, we'd have to turn XMP on, but I don't want to do that yet.
No, but and then it'll run in dual channel. That makes a big difference? Or?
No, it's already running in dual channel.
Oh.
It's really just increasing the speed of the RAM.
Oh, okay. And that was pretty good RAM. I got it from Newegg. So.
Mitch doesn't look a day over 65.
That's because I'm not a day over 65.
Well, then it's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not 65. Someone's making
No, I'm sure they meant it to be funny.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't think they really meant that.
Well, clean living, folks. Never been married, never lived with a woman. And no, I am not gay. Just curious. All right. So
$20 is $20. Nicholas Menard just contributed 10 Canadian dollars. Rock on, Kerry. It's really a security risk to sign in with a Microsoft. Oh, is it a security risk to sign in with a Microsoft account on Windows 10 instead of a local account? If my Microsoft account gets hacked, will I still be able to use my PC? Yeah, you'll still be able to use your PC, but just make a good password so you don't have to worry about your account being hacked. People's accounts get hacked because they use the password 12345. Don't do that. Or the password, for some reason, sunshine is real popular. Don't do that. Have a good, strong password or passphrase.
Speaking of hacked, and I don't know why, when are you and I going to get to finish up that beautiful Xenos build?
Oh, well, you know, it's sitting right over there waiting.
Yeah. You did receive the part that you wanted, though, from him, right?
No, not yet.
Oh, he hasn't.
No, there's a couple cables to hook up the screens. They're custom-made cables that he makes. They're standard USB, but the length of them is custom.
Okay.
And I don't know where I put them, so he's mailing me. There's 2 screens, so I need 2 USB cables that go from the screen to the front port.
Okay.
Not front port, but the USB headers on the board. And then in the meantime, I still have 2 other builds that customers are waiting for, and I have 2 laptop repairs customers are waiting for. So it's not like I'm chomping at the bit. Plus I have the 3950X behind your Stormtrooper build here that needs to be wrapped up. So it's not like I'm bored. Yeah. I'm not. Xenos is going to be exciting. Let me put it to you that way.
When that thing gets done, it's a showpiece. Absolutely.
Oh yes, yeah.
One of a kind.
Yep.
Really. Somebody says they're having Chinese food. Wish me luck. Oh, on Friday the 13th. Okay.
Well, you know, coronavirus, China. There was a joke in there. Because, you know, nothing's funnier than a deadly virus.
Yeah. And like I told the chat earlier, remember, the coronavirus was made in China. And as we know, things from China don't last very long, so everybody relax.
Yeah. It's just pneumonia. It's not like pneumonia's ever killed anybody. Oh, wait a minute.
Or the flu.
It's just a strain of pneumonia. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's all it is.
But boy, if ever...
I still don't want it. Don't get me wrong. I've got other things to do.
But if ever a time to travel, now would be, you know, if you had the guts.
Oh, the prices.
Thailand, the flights, I mean, there's nobody on them. Going over there?
Yeah.
Now it's a 13-hour...
Yeah, and what happens when the guy sitting next to you is like sneezing?
Well, that's true.
You know, they turned a whole flight around because the guy was sneezing because he had allergies. And 3 people on the plane were complaining that he had the coronavirus. And they were such a problem, these 3 passengers complaining, that they diverted the flight to the nearest airport to kick those 3 passengers off the plane. And the guy sneezing, they checked his temperature, he was fine, and he explained he had allergies. And he did nothing wrong, or she, I don't know.
No.
But the people complaining are the ones that got kicked off. Yeah. That's the way it should be.
Well, look at the cruises. I mean, total Princess Cruise, shutting down for 60 days. Yeah. 80 ships.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
For 2 months.
And they have, how many thousands of employees?
And, terrible.
Okay, so the machine shut itself off, as usual. It's going to power back on.
And that'll be F40.
Yeah, and then we just have one more after this. I'm glad that we got to show this because this happened on the streamer we're using right now, that AMD little streamer box that I'm using. I had to do the same thing on that one where it had... it said you have to put this BIOS in before this one, and you have to put this one in before that one. And I'm like, oh, I wish I had filmed this.
Have to hit delete.
Well, I want to make sure it's done. That's good. Now, I'll hit reset. If I hit function end, that should take me right to QFlash directly. Aha! Look at that. Update BIOS. F50. There we go. And you can see on the top left, we're on version F40.
Okay.
And we're going to version F50.
And that'll be that.
And it will be updated.
And then basically all we would have to do
Al Kui says you can go from F31 to F50. So we could have. We didn't try. But I want to show that there's no fear in updating the BIOS. I mean, I'm not going to break. How many times have I done this on my channel?
Right.
When has it ever failed? Ever. It's never not worked. Like sometimes it may say that you got the wrong file.
Sharon Idle says, Kerry, you got me hooked on RoboForm.
Man, RoboForm is a steal. Did you see the deal we got?
I did, yeah.
60% off, so under $10.
Right. And now, folks, that only's through the end of the month.
I got to tell you, though.
You got to take advantage of it.
You can get the 5-year. You can buy up to 5 years at that price. 5 years. Now think about this. Think about the savings there.
Right.
And think about the benefit to RoboForm when you think about it. After using a product, regularly for 5 years,
Right.
when your renewal comes up, you think you're going to switch to a competitor?
No.
Or you're going to use the one you're familiar with? You're going to know it like the back of your hand. So that's loyalty, right? People are going to be like, you know what? I've been using this for 5 years. I know it inside and out. I don't want to learn anything new. You know what I'm saying? And they'll pay the regular renewal, because what choice will you have?
And I'm telling you, if you use the same password for everything, it's just a matter
That's
of time.
stupid. Yeah.
Till, you're living on borrowed time. Someone is going to hack that and try it on all your banking, everything.
No, I think it's a genius idea for RoboForm to do this. I really do, because I think if I'm using a product regularly, like every day for 5 years, and it comes up for renewal, and let's face it, you know what? It's not expensive anyway. It's like $25 or something.
Yeah. And I thought the learning curve was going to be a little tougher.
Oh no, it's simple.
But yeah, I mean, that's
once
the only thing.
Once you get used to it, like once you realize, oh, this is how this works. It's the same across the web.
Right.
Yeah. And like shopping is so easy now because it puts in my name and my address and zip code. I still prefer to put my credit card in social if it's required. I'll do that by hand just to be safe, but I've never had a problem with it. I love RoboForm, love it.
Yeah.
That special is good until the end of March. So if you guys miss it, man, I'm sorry you missed it.
Yeah.
Like if you just now stumbled into my channel and it's like, I don't know.
Oh, Sharon put the offer. Thank you, Sharon. Yeah. I mean, because you'll never find this deal.
They don't, RoboForm doesn't do this. Like
No.
I bought 5-year license of RoboForm when they had a Black Friday special because I thought, wow, this is unusual.
Yeah.
And my deal wasn't that good. I think it cost me $90 or $100 was right in there. And I was happy to get that deal.
Yeah.
Because if you just buy a year, it feels like you have to keep renewing it constantly. It's like, has a year gone by that quickly?
Right.
Yeah, it goes.
Yeah.
The older you get, man,
Yeah.
time
Well,
just flies.
They will kind of set it and forget it, that where you're good for 5 years.
Yeah, at least 5 years will feel like 3 anyway.
And you figure, what do you think? The average person must have 200 websites.
It's hard to know what the average person does, right?
Has 200 websites that they've got passwords on. At least 50, I guarantee you that.
I like that RoboForm's been like the original. They've been around forever. And it's like their competitors, as far as I know, nobody's been around as long as RoboForm has.
Right.
And so when people go, well, can it do what the competitors do? It's like, well, the question is the other way around.
Right.
The competitors are copying them. But I don't use the competitors, so if there's any newer things or other things that they're doing that RoboForm isn't, I'm not aware of what that is, because it's not doing anything. It's doing everything I need it to do. I don't feel like, oh, I wish it did this or I wish it did that. You know, as far as RoboForm goes, it does exactly what I need it to do.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to answer a question with regards to comparing it, other than to say it's one of the original. And it's never been hacked. They've never been hacked. So, not that I'm aware of. I had them on the radio show, I think, back in 2006, and it's the same guy, Simon. Him and I talked in 2006 on the radio. And he's still working for RoboForm, and I'm still a computer nerd. So, that's pretty cool in this day and age when everybody's moving around and, nobody stays at a job.
Well, this should be the F50.
Okay, here we go. Let's see what happens.
And off camera, well, I guess we will Acronis.
Yeah, we'll do that off camera. Can you hear my stomach? It's like gurgling. I'm really hungry, and we've been going a long time now. We've been on for
two machines since 1:30. 4 hours.
What's it been?
1:30.
But it should say 3 hours and 45 minutes. That's a long live stream.
Yeah. 2 machines.
That's a lot of opportunity for misspeaking and being on the news.
It was a heck of a show, though. Heck of a show.
All right, so let me just make sure we got the latest BIOS version.
F50.
Oh, you know what? Just for grins, just because we can do it quick, the only drive I have plugged in is the NVMe drive.
Correct. Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this off.
Okay.
I'm going to plug the Windows 10 installation media in.
Why?
We'll make sure Windows 10 will work.
Well, yeah, but you're cloning my...
I will clone it later.
Oh.
Why isn't it coming back on? Am I hitting the wrong button?
No, that's the power.
It doesn't like that USB flash drive plugged into it, does it? If I go up here. Well, that's weird. There it goes. Okay, so let me plug the flash drive back in. Try this one more time. Are any of these USB 3?
Just shut off again.
No, I turned it on.
Oh, okay.
There it goes. Well, that was a little spooky.
Yeah, that got the blood pressure going a bit.
Yeah, it was weird.
I know, you know it's time. Yes, I know.
Just give that a minute, see if it'll, there it goes. So because we don't have any of your drives hooked up, you don't have to worry about losing any of your data or anything like that. I just want to throw Windows 10 on here to make sure it works okay. Because this is a pretty quick install. And then when that's done, then we can clone your drive over. Then we'll go to the AMD website and download the chipset drivers and put those on, because you're going from Intel to AMD, and you're not going to get those drivers automatically. And we're not plugged into the network, so we don't have to worry about, you know, activating it and then turning around and activating yours and having any confusion. So there's the 2 terabyte drive.
And we'll just turn on XMP.
Once we know everything works, don't worry about XMP. Like, just once we know everything works, then we can turn it on. Because if things start crashing,
then you know that's the cause.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So he wants wings. I gotta think of a place I can take you.
Oh, I don't, you know, what do you have a hankering for?
Oh, well, I mean, you know, I won't turn down a good wing. But you know what goes good with wings?
Corona?
And pizza.
Pizza, yeah.
Pizza or wings. I think it sounds like a good pizza and wings night. Well, you know what? While we're waiting, let me give a shout out to everybody who's contributed. I'm sorry, guys. We've been working to the point where I haven't spent much time participating with you guys and giving you the shouts out that you all deserve. So, uh-oh. Doesn't have me signed in. Uh-oh. So this is one of the things I don't like about YouTube Super Chat. Is it, let's see. Yeah, this is weird.
A little blurry, all right.
This is concerning. There should be a record of contributions, and it's not showing it to me for some reason. So usually when it does that, it's because it doesn't have me signed into the account, but it says I'm signed in.
Right.
Let me try something. Yeah, I'm definitely signed in. Yeah, it's not showing me any of the Super Chat contributions. Isn't that lovely?
Well, we said today was lucky Friday the 13th.
Well, that's really strange. Well, because this isn't the normal streaming computer. It's
Right.
it's almost like it's an old login or something. It's not letting me
Right.
have access to the super chat information. Gosh darn it. There's got to be another place where they got to show this to me. So Joe Spindler just contributed $10. He says test, and see, it doesn't appear. It's not here.
It's not there. So
what the heck is going on here? It's like one problem after another. I wonder if I have to sign out and sign back in again. Have you tried turning it off and on again? That is very strange because it does show I'm logged in. Let me change accounts. See, when I change accounts, it even shows me the same exact information as though I'm not the account owner. That is weird. That is really strange. I wonder if it's because, Here, let me finish this up. Rick and Morty?
Mitch.
We're going to erase this
Yeah.
anyway, but just for the sake of doing it. I'm just wondering if it's an old version of Chrome that's causing it. Google Chrome version 80 is up to date. Where is my super chat info? I'm so upset right now. You have no idea.
You had all the caps on.
That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. John Dorrington's contributed £2. This is hi Kerry from Kent in the UK. Oh, from the city Kent in the UK. So I'm seeing the super chats there, but I'm not seeing them You know what? YouTube may be forcing me to use their new live studio, now that I think about it, which I hate. And they're like, well, too bad. Let's go to home. Let's see, your videos, customize channel, YouTube studio. This is not helpful. Videos, comments, playlists, settings. Oh, man, it's in here somewhere. Creator Classic is what I like. Live streaming. Now I got them.
There you go.
There they are. Okay. So, a shout out to all the contributors today. Brendan Ludy contributed £2. That was back at noon. That was before we started. And Tony Wallow, good friend of the channel, contributed $4.99. He says hello. Hugh Wong with $2.01. He says, hey, Carrie, where have you been? I hope you're well. Just really busy. Rick Lakes contributed $2. John Wagner contributed 5 Canadian dollars. And Heinrich Anderson contributed 500 Swedish krona. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a lot. Thank you. Dr. Gregorian PhD contributed £19.99. Thank you so much. Gunnar and Gunnar contributed 50 Norwegian krona. Thomas Robinson contributes £2 and says, happy Friday the 13th. David Starbuck, a nice contribution there of $20. He says, the Mugen 5 is the dog's bullocks, LOL. Rudiger Luther contributed $2.99. Says, great to see you back in action. Richard Angeline contributed $2 and said, buy Mitch a mask. Oh, the irony. Glenn Davies contributed $2 Australian dollars. $20 from Thomas Beckenstow. Thank you, Thomas. Randall Hill contributes $1.99. Glenn Davies, $2 Australian dollars. The yearly custom will soon be an annual event. Yeah, upgrading the streamer, that should be like an annual thing, I think. David Griswold contributed $5 and says, hello, Carrie and Mitch. Mads Carlson contributes 50 Norwegian krona and says, hi, Carrie and Mitch. Always good to see you guys. Randall Hill contributed $2. Mitch Ranseth contributed 5 Canadian dollars. It's great content. Thanks, Carrie. John Tem contributed $5. Mats Carlson, 50 Norwegian krona. Mitch really deserves a new motherboard, CPU, and M2 SSD. He's a likable guy. This is not Mitch's main computer.
No.
You probably touched this like 3 times in the last 12 months.
It's my second computer, yeah.
Well, you have. We'll make sure we'll always make sure Mitch gets taken care of, right?
Right.
Russ, the PC Dr. Martin says there was a Windows update that was released and it's got some issues. What's new? Winston Ang Lu contributed 5 Canadian dollars. Thank you. Nicholas Menard contributed $10. Joe Spindler contributed $10 and John Dorrington with £2. That catches me up with everybody. Thank you so much for all of your support, your contributions. And just very quickly, one last test. One last test, and then we'll be done. I'm going to take this flash drive out, and I'm going to put this flash drive in. And without any AMD chipset drivers and without any Windows updates, all I want to know is, because I think the problem I had with this board was SSD performance.
Okay.
I want to see what kind of numbers we're going to get off this SSD. So we're going to just very quickly, this is the last thing we're going to do. Crystal Disk Mark Portable, let's just put that over here. Let's let her rip. Tater chip. I want to see numbers above 3,000 on this.
You just did.
Oh, look at that. Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So as I recall, the problem I had with this board is I was getting really low performance numbers and I couldn't figure out what was going on. I tried different SSDs. I think a BIOS update fixed it. It's also possible, I'd have to go back and watch the video again, but Western Digital was selling to Western Digital Black that was slower than, it was like a generation behind. It was really weird, and I couldn't figure out why the numbers were so low. But if I remember it correctly, I actually used 2 different SSDs, and the numbers were low on both of them. And I kind of gave up on the board, and then I went to Asus, and then I think I had some USB issues. I don't remember it. It's all in the history of the videos, but we're looking good here. Randall Hills contributed $2, and Tom Jackson contributed $7.77. He says, here's for more Coke if you get infected. Hope we all don't get it. Well, look, if you get it and you get over it, you know, got a stronger immune system, right? It's not whether or not you get it, it's that you're able to fight it. And most people are going to fight this just like any other pneumonia. But if you are somebody with a weakened immune system, clearly you should be concerned. But for the rest of us, it's just a few days of misery like any other.
And if you're over 60.
And if you're over 60. Well, again, we go back to that immune system, right?
Yeah.
So somebody who either already has a health issue. Look, I'm not a doctor. I'm not an expert on this, but it doesn't feel like the panic. You would think that it was the zombie apocalypse, the way people are behaving.
Look at those numbers.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Look at those numbers.
And what does kill you kills you.
Yeah.
So there's that. Yeah, numbers are looking good. Almost 3,500. That's why I said compared to the Samsung 970 Evo Plus, this is really close in the performance numbers, but about $200 cheaper. About $150, $200 cheaper.
Jeez.
Yeah, significantly cheaper. But there is no Samsung Magician software. There's no Samsung NVMe driver. Do you need it? Look at your write numbers. You're at darn near 3,000 on the writes. This is AdLink. You guys might want to check it out if you're looking for a bargain performance drive. The only question is it reliable? Probably. And if you do have a problem, how good is their customer support? Will they be there? Will they make you wait 3 days for an answer like Gigabyte, or will they respond right away? Will they honor their warranty without giving you a hassle? I don't know. Hopefully we'll never have to find out. The warranty is the same. I think all these drives have 5-year warranties. What does that say? I can't read it. Does it say what the warranty is anywhere on there? I think all NVMe drives from all manufacturers have 5-year warranties, but I could be wrong.
Doesn't say.
Should have a little box on the bottom that says the maximum read and write speeds.
Yeah, read is 3,500.
We're pretty much there, and writes.
And writes are 3,000.
We are pretty much right on where we're supposed to be. And that's, again, without any of the AMD chipset drivers.
Warranty 5 years.
5-year warranty. So it is on the box. Yeah. Very good. We're just about done here. Let's take a look. Ed King contributed $2 Australian. Thank you, Ed. Thanks to all of you for your contributions. Thanks for taking out the bots today, guys. I appreciate that.
Everyone have a very safe Friday the 13th.
And enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, enjoy the weekend.
I'll be working.
You got a nice twofer today. 2 very interesting builds, and that BIOS having to jump up a step was very interesting to watch. That was new.
And we got some veteran giveaways coming up very soon. So if you're a veteran or you know of one, you have to nominate yourself. And we would love nothing better to make sure that people who will benefit the most from these machines will receive them. We've got about 24 of them to give away.
Nice.
But not all at once. We'll just do a couple at a time. Because I'm not going to do that to the poor FedEx guy.
Right. Right.
Because they have to package and box them.
So there are the numbers.
$5 comes from Copwatch Transparency in Virginia.
Just under the wire. Okay.
And yeah, just under the wire. Thank you so much. Thanks again for taking care of the bots, all my friends in blue. All the contributions today from you guys. Thank you so much. And let me switch over to camera 1. What do you think, Mitch?
I think
Is it a full day's work?
It's pizza time, yeah.
It was much less frustrating than the last couple liquid cooler installs we had today.
Yeah.
All right, guys, be safe out there. I will see you all again probably on Monday, I think. We'll try and release some videos over the weekend that are edits. And I hope you enjoyed today's content. If so, you can click the little thumbs up. Let's see if I did this right. Is this going to work? The little thumbs up. Yeah, it works. And if you haven't already, you can hit the subscribe button if you want to be alerted anytime new content is posted. Just make sure you hit the bell icon to turn notifications on. And that will let you know anytime I am live or new videos are posted, so you'll be one of the first people to know. That's going to wrap it up for me.
And me. Be well, be safe, and we'll see you next time.
Bye for now.